Hello and welcome to Tomb of Annihilation, the last resort company. It's been a week off due to Easter and holidays and stuff, so we are finally back, ready to go deeper into the tomb of itself. So, last session, you guys have been exploring the third level, the Vault of Reflection, returning back to destroy the lever of that strange turbine room. You defeated a few of these tomb guardians that were attached by some sort of chain. You uncovered a horrific sight as you pulled back these curtains. There was a boar with like a severed boar head dribbling with blood, and for some unknown reason, the Slaad in the group, Nang Nang, felt compelled to walk towards it and stick their head in its mouth. The moment it started chomping down was when Vaughn struggled and wrestled to pull them away, and you did in the end, but they do not know what came over them. Some sort of horrific magic to have this person do that. Vaughn pummeled it into pieces and found a pair of spectacles and an eye patch, and yeah, no doubt the grisly remains of someone who's fell to this trap. Exiting that, you came round and found a sarcophagus, no doubt one of the tomb's trickster gods lay here, and the walls had frog masks. There seemed to be some sort of elaborate ritual depicted on these murals, and although you got the general gist of what you had to do by wearing these frog masks, it seemed as though only 75% of the ritual was correct, and as you try to finish this, the bones around the floor rose up and animated into ghastly-looking images of wraiths. Just as this happened, the party, all the ones wearing the frog mask, were polymorphed into helpless little frogs that jumped around, tried to gum each other. One of them licked a flame, but eventually it was the seductive nature of Frog Yasin who seduced the seduced Nang Nang, not for the first time this campaign, and of course they took that as a sign to impregnate them with their strange claw that actually popped you out of the actual polymorph spell, but it also implanted an egg. And Slaad eggs are not the nicest things to have in you for more than, let's say, 3 days. So after using a couple of spells to get your allies out, and finally, I think, yes, it was Revi who put the end to that last one. The spirits lay rested. You guys recovered, and I believe a lesser restoration was cast as Carrick. You cleansed with Jason of this weird, unwanted abomination. It popped like a blister, and this kind of icky grey liquid leaked out. And you tried to force this instead. So you got Shield Guardian Vaughn to handle the coffin whilst you guys all laid outside and waited. A massive prismatic light shone from the sarcophagus, and Yastin, you were just on the very outer edge, and even you had to kind of duck away, taking half damage thanks to your dungeon explorer's feat. And then eventually, as the light died down, you peered back into the room and saw there was only this floating violet light that began shrinking smaller and smaller. As your senses came to you, Carrick, you realized what spell this was, and the only chance you had of saving him was if you rushed in there and dispelled the effect before it banished Vaughn forever to another plane of existence. I would have liked to guess Mechanus would have been where he went, but there's also other hellish landscapes he could have ended up in. But thankfully, due to your lucky feat, the gods of fate turned this into a success, and Vaughn was returned to you. It was an emotional moment, but you steeled yourselves and ready yourself for the next arm of this journey. And this is where we kind of left off. There's this strange corridor with the depictions of animal-headed humanoids, each holding weapons, and it seemed only the trident was unaffected by the trap. And as you pass through the curtain of water, you ended up here, where Yasin just notices underneath the feet of one of the eagle-headed humanoids, there seems to be some sort of illusion, past which a small orb sits. That is where we left off. Sitting right there. It's about the size of an eyeball.
Well, I think
Okay.
I touched the last weird thing, so
Alright. Well, does that make it my turn? Or are we drawing straws?
I heard the words "my turn" in there, so you crack on.
Oh god, and how could I forget? We have Yaka with us, the annoying golden skull who continues to mock the party and seems to be a bit of a know-it-all, claiming he knows every in and out of this trap. And Yaka just chimes in, of course, and says, that thing looks almost as big as your brain, I bet. And Iku touches it and almost half throws it towards Yaka, and he kind of flinches away, like, oh, you wouldn't dare. Yaka's helpful. You don't want to incur my wrath. I'm a demi-lich, you know.
What?
Sure you are.
I mean, you look like more like maybe a 16th of a lich, or
No, we have a joker. I like you. You should have picked me up. We would have been best of friends.
I don't know about that.
Iki looks at it and says, I have no idea. Doesn't seem to have anything on it. Just, it looks like a marble, if anything. Seems to be about the same weight.
Maybe there's something more up this way. Ooh, goo.
Oh, yeah. Yes, and you do suddenly see an eye shift in the sludgy purple substance. And as it watches you for just a brief second, it then submerges back inside.
Ew. Well, I elect to go down the tube.
We're not sending Rufus.
Rufus is
Rufus
dead.
is dead, my friend.
Ah, god damn it. How about we set... never mind. Yep, okay.
All right, so it is a small crawl space. Any medium creature can fit down it, but they have to be on their hands and knees in a crawl space. Okay, Yasin, you're going in.
I'm going.
You can see it extends about 20 foot before it turns to the left at a 90-degree angle.
I'd have to check for traps.
Okay, give me an investigation check with advantage.
24.
Okay, along this little narrow passage, you don't seem to see any false walls or pressure plates. Nothing that would trigger a trap.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
But
careful.
as you come to here, you notice a narrow seam in the stonework up above. I'm going to say as you come to about there, rather.
And the seam is what here?
It's up. No, I'm going to say with your dark vision, you see it right about just beyond there.
It's pretty dark even for dark vision.
Oh, okay. Hold on. What about now?
Oh yeah, that's way better.
Mm.
So it's
Okay.
here.
So yeah, the seam is where I just opened it up. The seam is there.
Okay.
It looked like it was, I don't know, about the same length as the height of the passage.
I'd like to approach.
Okay.
I'm gonna take like a napkin or something and like put it over the seam.
Sure. It fit over the seam. Yep. Napkin secured. And then you see a second seam just after that first one. And once again, the distance between the two seams is about the width of the crawl space that you're in right now.
I do this or do I go?
Ah, you noticed. I see you noticed the item I added to your character sheet.
No, I didn't.
No? Did you
No, I
say
was talking
if I
about-
should I go?
Where did this go? As in,
Oh,
like,
that goo. Right, I see. Sorry, there is another gooey thing that I added to your character sheet that you may have forgotten about.
ew.
Probably because it was a long time ago now, but it was something that Nanny Poo Poo gave you in the Bachelor's realm.
Really?
Yep. Do you remember when she each gave you a medicine of sorts? Some of you deemed them useless. This has gone over your heads, hasn't
Oh,
it?
I see it. Yeah.
Oh, what you call it? It was
Got it.
Sylvain.
Oh, sorry,
Thingy.
Sylvain. That's what I meant. No, no.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was
I
like,
said Nanny Poo Poo.
we killed Nanny Poop.
Yeah, sorry, I
pretty
meant
hard.
sorry, I meant Cinder Sylvain. Yeah, she gave you
Right.
each a strange like potion, right?
Yeah, in which case
And
I'm gonna try
one
that.
of them, yeah, you can totally drink it if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Everyone, I'm
so-
going to goo.
All right, Yasin, you turn into. Well, you don't turn into anything. You just sort of feel different. All your body parts and bones feel more malleable. You feel
Oh yeah.
stretchy, and
Yeah,
you
you
gain the amorphous trait.
Look, everyone, I'm a cream pie.
All right.
That's a pretty
Ooh.
name.
As soon as you get to here, there's a loud grinding noise.
Oh, he's gonna kill me for that thing.
The section of the crawlway begins to rotate, instantly cutting off the exits ahead and behind you. You can feel a strange sinking sensation as the passage turns and now opens up after a few seconds, comes to a grinding stop.
Huh.
And yeah, you see what your character sees.
Are there any gaps up to 1 inch wide?
Well,
Oh,
as per the
no.
description from earlier, it does say that there's a narrow seam. So,
Is it 1 inch wide? Can I?
I mean, a narrow seam sounds inchy, in size. So I'll say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
All right, you squeeze through. You can move your token. It is the most uncomfortable sensation, as you are literally.
I thought I've been in some tight squeezes.
like with the. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, you made it. There's the good news.
I
You
made
have
it.
squeezed through the tiny little gap there, but you
I'm
turn around and there
disgusting,
is.
but I made it.
It's definitely cornered off now. You can't get back unless you squeeze once again. But how long does that last? Did I mention it on the potion?
Forever.
It doesn't actually say.
No? Okay, then we'll go by a normal potion. Let me check. Reduce
Should leave about
Oh,
10 minutes,
sure.
right? I think.
by the. It's going
That
to
depends
last
on my
you.
phone.
It's going to last you 1d4 hours.
Oh, cool.
Should I stay or should I go now?
I'll let you roll it. There you go, 3 hours.
Nice.
That could be really helpful down if we're trying to. Anyway,
3 hours of
Never mind.
goo.
there's gaps.
Oh.
There's gaps above the gears of hate
I'm
that are a
stuck.
couple inches.
I
You
came
got
through the
stuck. You got too gooey. You got glued onto it. Okay.
wall. Oh my god.
It
this is so
continued
long.
around. It is a. It's a very long crawlway.
I'm stuck on it. I'm stuck. Help.
I'll help you out. This is where you finally come to a rest.
Ah,
You see the passageway widens into a corridor about 5 foot wide, 8
I
foot
just-
tall.
I stretch out a bit. It's like way too much. Oh, that's better.
Oh god. Yeah, you kind of reassemble yourself almost back to front at first, but then
Oh, it's here. You bastard.
oh,
I cast a thing.
he immediately he immediately jumps up the shaft in the top of the ceiling
Oh,
because
you
he's
fuck.
actually upside down on top of the ceiling, and yeah, there's a 5-foot hole in there. He just
Okay.
jumps up through it.
So he's gone.
Yep, he's gone.
Ah.
He was waiting for you. He could hear you stretching, moaning, all that
Not really
noise.
much I could have done. Anyway. I haven't really got any, Actually, I do. It's a complete lie. Okay.
You can hear his bony clacking going up into the distant.
I'll get you, bony bastard. Oh, my colleagues.
And that, by the way, that was Triangle Head. This is the one that Revire first saw in the first layer of the tomb.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Could I check out this goo?
Yeah,
I can't
you
remember
can
what
check
we've
it out.
already learned of it, but
La-
yeah, I
Last
feel a lot
time you
better.
kind of prodded it around, and it seemed harmless for the most part. But I think you detected there was a kind of substance or maybe air of conjuration about it, but it otherwise doesn't seem to be that remarkable.
I'm pretty sure we ate some when we were frogs.
Oh,
Trying
yeah.
to
God, you
frog.
did, didn't you? Yeah.
and did not incur damage. So
No, it tasted very chemical-like. At points, it may have been acrid, but it didn't seem to dissolve your insides. So, otherwise harmless.
I say, come on, fellows. Everything's fine.
Yeah, his mouth is all kind of lopsided. He looks like a potato head.
My moustache is
I'll
all
just
slipping
peer around
down
and be
my
like,
chin.
how did you get, what happened to you?
No, don't worry. I did this to myself. Had to slip through a tight gap. Don't go through the tube. Just walk around the slime.
Just mustache on the back of his head.
It just keeps sliding down. I keep having to like pick it up and move it vaguely under my top lip.
Yeah. He's got an eyebrow where the mustache should be.
Close enough.
you're like a Picasso. You're like a walking Picasso painting.
Where did you get such a strange medicine?
Death.
Oh, sorry. I can actually kind of believe that. All right, Igne, you see the corridor beyond does seem to have more of the slime in it, and to the right there seems to be a small alcove, just 20 foot from you. Oh, you haven't got dark vision, yeah? No, you don't.
I've got like
Okay.
I was just gonna float towards Jason without touching anything.
Sure. You do so. You get to the end.
Totally safe, guys. Just walk your way across.
As you float, there is a door in said alcove.
Would I have even seen that since I don't have dark vision?
Not really, no. Oh, let's check. But Iku notices it and would at least announce to you guys, there does seem to be a door here. But she walks past it to meet up with Jason. Yeah, stream. No, it's actually not live. The stream starting now. Live stream?
Looks fine.
No, wait. Oh, is it fine?
I'm
Yeah,
getting drop
this
frame
looks okay.
reports.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm clicking on the board. Lol. There we go. We're good. Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, I'm getting
Looks
drop
fine
frame
to me.
reports for some reason.
Okay.
why would there be a little tunnel that goes around to the same place this goes to? Well, probably nothing. That's
Yeah,
all.
Yaka speaks up and says, "Your small little peanut brain cannot comprehend the mastery of a Serax design. That's all."
How big is Yaka?
He's
Like
literally a
this?
skull-sized skull.
So, just theoretically, could I crush him in my hands? If it came to that.
Yeah, you're strong enough. Probably you could crush bone. I wouldn't want to fuck with him.
But he's gold, right?
He looks to be made of gold. Yeah, he's got like carvings. I know this is green gold. Anyway, so yeah, it kind of looks like this. Oh, for the stream.
Cool.
There you go.
Just bugging my happiness. It's fine.
Like all these engravings over him and such. But
I'll march up
None
the
of them
hallway
look-
toward the joint eco.
none of them look arcane in nature, though. Kind of more decorative, perhaps. Okay. As you get to the end of the hallway, you do spot the door as well to the right.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
Slow
focus on this sarcophagus.
Okay. So the poem said the vulture was the first step.
Then, yeah, so before you is the same scene that you spotted through the jackal's mouth. A tiled flooring, all kinds of pictures and animals. You're very reminiscent of the actual shrine you saw in Omu, which also belonged to Aijin. And sitting atop the barge is a small golden sarcophagus, much smaller than the other ones you've come across at this point. And of course, there is that body laid before you, covered in what they were covered in locust. So you can only imagine they're dead, and that is blood kind of splattered everywhere.
And they had 1 foot, like just barely stepping on another.
They
Another
look
tile?
to be, yeah, they look to be over the tile of a foot. A body like laid on it.
So just to be aware, whatever killed him instantly.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had much time to get away. That's what you're wondering.
But he'd also been chomped up by the boar's head because we found.
Right, yeah, he may have
His
already been very
breath.
injured. In fact, from here you can see there is blood down the front of his chain. What else?
What's up with this little gappy bit? Did you squeeze through here as well, Yasin?
What gappy bit?
You turn
The-
around and actually see
This.
Carrick's
Yeah.
you see a slim portion of Carrick's face looking through a crack in the wall. And I'm glad you noticed that, because as you peer through, you still see the same appearance before you. You can see the back of Ignir and Yasin and the hieroglyphic floor. But there's something else about this. I'd like you to give me an investigation check.
Kivel, would you mind rolling for me?
25.
Huzzah.
Wow. Okay. Someone's eager tonight. All right.
Someone sees everything.
Okay.
So you're telling me, Yasin, you could squeeze through this gap right here?
My friend, I can squeeze through just about any gap.
Wow.
Okay, so what you see is there's some sort of, what is it called? I believe it's called a lens or a dial. And it seems to be inside here.
A dial? Like a folk? Like a... I don't...
Like a ring of, yeah, like a lens that's a ring inside. It's not at the very edge. It's kind of like halfway through the gap, and it's only through to your dark vision you can actually kind of see just about that the it's a gold disc. It's about 6 inches in diameter. Okay.
It's like a camera lens?
Right. That's the best kind of description of it. I mean,
Like a
there are
telescope?
right. Because you're like from a fantasy setting, it's kind of hard to describe in those kind of terms. But yeah, I would say so. What else?
Last telescope we looked through sent us to a different plane. This is probably fine. I'll cast guidance on myself and look through the lens.
Okay. Alrighty. So. Yasin, as this spell is cast, you hear a grinding sound from above you.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
As I
And
cast
you've got-
guidance?
Yes.
Oh.
You see that a large stone block begins falling down above your head with a grinding, but it's moving. It moves pretty slow.
I go backwards.
Okay, we'll move that. I'm gonna slam this bad boy right here.
Movable rod?
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
As Yasin moves back, your guidance spell finishes, and it's kind of in that instance. The block slams shut. The corridor is now blocked by this stone, and on the face that you're looking at, Yasin, there is actually a painting. It's a 7-foot tall, jackal-headed humanoid, and it has a circular gold medallion around its neck. And all around the figure are carvings of locusts.
Huh. Anyone? Can I roll a history check? See if I'd, get the symbolism here, or
Yeah, you can go ahead and actually,
roll like an
Less-
archaeology check.
yeah, I'd say just give me an investigation check, basically.
Would that fall under Dungeon Delver?
Yeah. Okay. So these kind of hieroglyphics can often be used as symbols, as a sequence and some sort of code, like a makeshift language of sorts. And as you inspect it even closer still, the hieroglyphs obviously definitely being the key, you realize that this medallion worn by him is actually some sort of button, or maybe it's a cap, but it doesn't look as flush with the rest of the. It actually kind of like looks like it's bumped out slightly from the stone block. The rest of
Right.
it being flat.
Before we go pressing random buttons, Kara, can you look at that through the funky glass thing to see if it looks different? If it works like a black light or anything?
Opposite lines up, the medallion and the lens.
I'm guessing so, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So Karak's going to check the
Okay. Oh,
button
so yeah,
through the
as you're
lens.
looking through it, yep. The medallion, quotes, worn by the jackal-headed painting, is, from your point of view, actually a 6-inch diameter gold disc engraved with the face of a horned devil, its mouth agape.
Oh. He's going to try and cut my finger off. Sneaky little devil.
And yeah, that's what you see so far.
So, Can you mage hand the button?
I mage hand the button.
Oh god, we're all gonna die.
Okay. Nothing happens, but it feels like it doesn't actually indent slightly. It kind of more looks like it looks, what's the word, not fixed properly. So when you hit it, it kind of like bends down from one side as the other side kind of pops up. It kind of looks loose in there. Best way to describe it. It's not. You realize at this point it's not a button. It's some sort of like disc that's placed on top, like like a dial or an. But
Okay,
it's
so
clearly it's clearly just been stuck in there. It's not actually part of the stone.
does it move?
Yeah, and as it kind of moves, it becomes looser, and it kind of eventually kind of like tips forward slightly, and the mage hand does catch it. And lodged behind the disc is a clay dial etched with 8 hieroglyphs.
Hey.
And yeah, you're seeing this. You're seeing this, Carrot, because you're. Is it your mage hand? Is that right? It doesn't matter
We
who's.
probably we probably have all our nerdy mage hands out
Yeah.
there just touching everything.
Either way, from where you're standing, yeah, you can see that one of the hieroglyphs is a vulture.
Is there an order to them?
Well, there is obviously
Like,
a ring of them.
Is the vulture facing?
It
Is
has
the
about.
vulture at the 12 o'clock position?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll say yes, and you can see there are 7 other hieroglyphs, which were hidden from view behind that medallion.
So we have to this is like a safe. We have to figure out the combination. Ignir, what do you think?
It's either that. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Too many traps.
Yes, I'm quite confused. Ravaya,
Okay, so
No.
okay, so we know we need to lift this block back up, presumably, and to do that we need to get through this dial, and then. But the other guy, just don't understand how that. Did my spell trigger that thing coming down? Seems like it kind of did.
Yeah, it seemed like it did. It was almost too. It happened at the same time to be just coincidence.
Does the dial? Okay, so we've got to spin the dial, right? Just see what happens. Just move it 1 notch to the right, like counterclockwise.
As you try to move the dial, it is completely fixed in place, unlike the weird medallion.
What if I had 23 strength?
As it happens.
Ravaya, get in there.
Oh
Okay.
man, okay, God.
Yep. Cool.
Okay.
We're trying.
All right. Sure. Go ahead. Give me a.
He's
Drink
making the
check.
bad sounds. He's
I
making
mean,
the
well, I'll
bad
say
sounds.
with disadvantage because of how it's in, and you're using like your fingers. It's not just brute strength. Kind of also your digits, and you're trying to like put your nails underneath it. Maybe it's tricky. But
Strength check. Fire.
yeah.
Strength check. That's 25. That's 15.
Okay. All right. This is not enough to remove the dial, but I will say, however, as you're tampering with it, you suddenly see tiny holes begin spurting out a gas that is releasing right into the square in front of you there. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 21.
Oof. Okay, that is a success. All right, you do take half, but let me check. You take half? Yeah. half on a failed. Okay, here it is. It's nasty. Oh boy, 22 points of poison damage. No, sorry, acid damage. As the
Oof.
it seems like a gas at first, but it's incredibly corrosive. As it sprays over you, you find your skin just sort of sizzling and melting away. That is the gas. It has seemingly expunged its payload, but it's no longer continuing to fill the corridor.
I have a feeling that's not how we do it.
No, that hurt a lot.
Yeah. So this is an odd one, but
With that 25 investigation, can I like pop my head back, like around and back, just to compare differences between what I can see through the lens versus what I see through just with my own eyes?
okay. Let me see.
So I'm not really seeing what I see that would be different.
Right.
I don't
Okay, so the
understand what.
difference is that you can see hieroglyphs on the disc and then on the dial, sorry, but the others
Okay.
can't. It seems to be just a small disc.
Gotcha.
So you
Okay.
see hieroglyphs, the others do not. However, I will say though that yeah, it seems like you are supposed to look through here and decipher some sort of code. But you also realize, I will say, that it does look like it can turn, as it's already demonstrated. Seems to set off a trap, but there doesn't seem to be a way to turn it through looking through this dial, or even through. There seems to be something that turns it, but it's not here. It's not present. And as you've looked from the jackal head, I will say that you know that each hieroglyph does seem to match one of the tiles within the room that you saw. So you have a snake, an eagle head, there is a sort of urn, and so on and so forth. So each hieroglyph do correspond to the tiles, but there doesn't seem to be a way to turn it outside of this room.
Well, this sucks. I feel like maybe I maybe we're supposed to be able to get inside. But I maybe
What
dropped
did
the
you
block.
see inside? Was there another way in?
I didn't see one, but I suppose there's an inch gap between the.
I mean,
Well,
there is
actually,
on the map.
yeah,
Is
you
it
know what? I will say that there is potentially a way to get through, yeah. In fact, even in through the jackal's head as well is another way you could do it. So I'll say, for the sake of brevity, yes, you can squeeze through it. Yes.
Okay, we've established whether I can. Now we should establish whether or not I should.
Okay, you put like an arm in, yep, you can do it. You pull it back. Ugh. We just saw Jason look like Play-Doh for a second.
You know, let's say I do get on the other side of it. Not much point if I just go and get zapped.
Yeah, no, we can't heal you. So there's no. It's a dial, but we can't spin it at all. It doesn't move at all.
No, but I will say that together with you working together and looking at the disc as well, I'll say where there was that head, to everyone else kind of looks like a jackal medallion, just looked plain like the sun. When you looked through that, it looked different to the lens that you saw, Carrick, was a devil's head. And you know how its kind of mouth is agape? That would have left a hole open on the medallions.
So that
Yeah.
it would it's like a cipher ring thing. So like that would leave a.
Yeah, I think you've got it in your head. It's hard to describe, I know, but I think you've got it now.
All right, so we put the disc back on the dial.
Okay. And as you kind of look through it again, and like paying closer attention and seeing through the darkness, yes, you can visibly see the vulture's head through the mouth of the devil's face.
Yeah. Okay. So then I'll rotate the disc. Clockwise?
Rotating the disc, does seem to turn the face upside down, but nothing seems to happen. There doesn't seem to be any way to change.
Do I see a different? Do I see a different cipher? A different icon?
Yeah, I guess you would, but it's not really. It doesn't seem to be activating anything in the trap. And as you look at the actual device, it doesn't seem like it's clicking anything. There's no, how do I put it? There's no like outer edge on the medallion that would interact with it in any way, unless, of course, magic. But
all right. So Yasin, how about this? If you're feeling comfortable, you go out and just step on the vulture square, and we can see if that moves the dial. Maybe that'll tell you the next one to step on.
Okay.
And then if that's not it, then we'll just go fuck up some skeletons and feel better about ourselves.
Let's give this a ball.
okay.
You see me go like foot first, so the last thing you see is my like distended face sort of disappearing through the sky. Like, don't worry, I'll be fine.
Ooh.
Terrifying. So terrifying.
And as you rebuild yourself on the other side, you are back to standing on the vulture, and you feel suddenly a slight pressure plate beneath your feet lock into place. And the moment you do, you see the disc. You don't see anything, Yasin. It looks completely normal to you in the rest of the room, apart from the strange 4 sphinxes statues that wait ominously in the corners of the room. However, Carrick, looking through that tiny gap, the dial, that disc that Rafai tried to remove, begins to turn and click into place.
Okay.
The dial reveals the next hieroglyph, a serpent.
You're not gonna like this one, but it seems like that we're on the right track here, Yasin.
Okay.
I think you should step on
I'm
this.
going to say he cannot hear you. It is muffled.
Oh.
You are through a stone block that was like barely a 1-inch gap there. But
if there's a 1-inch gap, surely sound goes through.
Yeah, but it's going to be muffled still.
Okay. Should we yell to go to Ignir? We'll play a game of telephone. Ignir, will you tell Yasin to step on the snake square?
Sure, he'll love that. I'll step up to the block and put my mouth as close to the gap as I can and just yell, Yasin, you gotta step on the snake!
Okay, you do hear that then. And it's coming from Ignir's voice. And you look around the room, there is indeed a snake-like tile.
Insight check. Just pretending to be Ignir, you sneaky snake.
Nope, you believe it's Ignir. Oh, holy.
Does that mean I do believe that or not?
I
I
don't know.
I don't
I'm not even
believe.
sure. Well, I'll tell you what you can do. Roll me a wisdom saving throw. That's a good one. Because that's a snake.
That is, yeah. Well, you know, it's a 22.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's
But
a
it's just a
drawing of a
picture of
snake. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. It's crude. It doesn't even look snaky.
Yeah,
it
it's
could be
more-
easily. It could look like a rope with a face. It's a happy rope. There you go.
I imagine that Yasin like takes his hands and like makes some shadows to like make like some legs on the snake,
Okay.
like little shadow puppets.
The
Headcanon.
hieroglyph, once again, a new one is revealed. And it is a green skull.
Huh.
Wait, is that thing fucking with you?
Oh, you've noticed me. I'm just helping.
I'll give him that.
I
That
will-
was good.
I will stun. God damn.
Ah! Just quickly gets out of your line of sight.
Okay. Now what do I see?
All right, and then now
I
you
was
look
so
through.
confused. I was just so fixated looking at the tiles. I'm like, scarab, scepter. What the fuck?
You're like, what? Where is it? I don't see it. It is next a. It looks like a square shape. It has a little arrow atop. It looks like an archway, maybe, or a door.
I
Yeah,
see it.
I'll say, Ignir, tell Yasin, or Ravaya, will you tell Ignir to tell Yasin it's an archway?
Okay. I'll need to.
Alright.
There it goes. So you tell Iku, I'll tell Ignir.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Ignir can tell Jason.
Yeah, just use the whole party.
Well, hang on. Who's going to tell Nang Nang?
Nang, you stay the fuck away from this.
What? Why? I'm perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
You want to go
You
on
talk.
the marchway?
The what?
It's gonna be Chinese whispers,
It
basically.
sounds like you're gargling custard.
Oh. That's probably some of these stray Slaads vocal cords.
No, you've always sounded like that. You sounded like that back. Basically, all grunts sound like that. It's really weird.
We don't choose our language.
You're sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was racist of me. Not all grunts.
You hear a voice inside your head, and it says, "Oh, I could talk like this to you."
Anton?
I think that's still Nang just doing telepathy.
No, not
hang
me.
Hang on. Sorry, Anton. Nang, you had telepathy this whole time, and you were just going to let us sit here and do Chinese whispers?
The Slaad house. I know. Yeah.
Well,
I'm
do
still
that.
learning things. I'm still learning about my own body. Okay. It's
Oh
been
my
about
god.
It's been about 1 day. All right.
Okay, you know what? Screw it. What did you say, Ignir?
The dark portal.
Dark portal.
Ah,
The one with the arrow on it.
The
from the
arrow on
Burning
it.
Crusade. Everyone knows that expansion. Okay.
I'm not dead.
Once again. It reveals a set of reeds. 3 of them. And you hear the clicking.
Can we just assume the message is
The
relayed?
correct sequence is about to go through. I'll say yes, one by one.
Oh no,
you
just
reveal.
okay, sure. I was just going to say that the message gets through.
Oh yeah, that.
You know, we don't need to roleplay Chinese whispers every time.
No, of course not. The next is then a scarab.
Oh, there's 2 scarabs.
Oh boy.
Don't choose the wrong scarab.
Can I investigate these, see if there's any differences, or if one of them isn't
No,
a scarab,
no.
has been made to look like one?
Yeah, you can try that. And whilst you do that, Yaka says, "You're supposed to do the splits on this one."
Oh my god. What if that's like the trap where like you do the splits and then the blade just like slices you actually in half?
That would be awful.
Oh god.
Oh,
Fucking way to go.
I got
Sorry.
phantom pain from that.
You're gonna
Alright.
do fine, Connor.
Yes. Okay.
So, I roll a 26 on seeing if either of these are different.
Okay, they both seem to be pressure plates. And they look identical from one another. However, 26, yeah, okay. I'll say that you can just barely make out a layer of dust that has settled in this room. Maybe from the torches that have constantly... There are torches in this room, they're kind of hidden beneath this actual other layer here. Oh. Yeah, there you go. There's like sconces and torches, and it looks like maybe just a bit of it has settled onto the ground here. As a result, you can see the traces of some footprints, but they don't look like boots. They actually look like skeletal footprints, potentially of the same ones you saw just running around in this room before you entered. That the triangle head guy, but it does look like he has stepped on this tile here, the top one.
Gotcha. Can I like blow on the dust to try and?
Yes, you can. It sifts away, cleaning the tile. The other tile has a little bit of purple sludge in it. You notice? Yeah, you're actually kind of stepping in some of it right now. In fact.
But blowing the dust away doesn't reveal a new pattern on either tile.
No, it doesn't. It kind of cleans it, so you can see the scarab more clearly.
Okay, so I step on the one that has already been stepped on.
Okay. And at that point, it does indeed go down, locks into place, and the disc and dial rotates. And through the devil's mouth, you see the next hieroglyph. It shows a staff.
May I see the
Yeah.
hieroglyphs?
And yeah, that is communicated to you.
We're still on the old layer. I can't actually see the hieroglyphs.
Oh, right. The useless layer, which I don't know why they didn't just use the art that they already had and then, put it there. So yeah, good.
That's very odd.
Yeah, I know. Hey ho.
A staff, you say?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to check these ones again. Is there any dust or anything displaced?
Yeah, you can do your dungeon delver again.
Bring it on, Dungeon Delver. Is that investigation or perception?
I went with investigation.
Boom. 26. Dungeon Delver coming up. Dividends.
Okay, very good. That also reveals another similar layer of dust on both. And on one of them, it looks like you can see one skeletal footprint. And I'll say, just going to check which one it is. And then, okay, it is this one. You see a skeletal footprint on. Okay, and the next one actually has a footprint on is the next hieroglyph. As it clicks around, it is a foot. And then finally, an urn. Well, I say finally because the next one you click onto, it seems to rotate back round, and you hear it like in a much more kind of like loud and obvious fashion. Seems like it's almost kind of gone back and reset
to a vulture.
To a vulture. Once you're here, yeah, it's this urn.
Gotcha.
Like a rotary phone thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a very good comparison.
Okay,
I'm old.
Head back via vulture. Okay, let's open this chest.
Ooh.
Shake my hands out. Ooh.
Okay. As you step up to the gold inlay funeral barge, you see the. Yep, you can roll ahead. Resting on the deck of the barge is this small golden sarcophagus, and it's decorated with little horned rabbits. As you look up, you see the only part of the ceiling that is not illuminated by the torches is this dark shaft going directly into the ceiling.
And the skeleton tier has gone up.
Yeah. Other than that, you don't seem to see any nefarious traps or triggers on the barge itself. In fact, it looks very finely made. It's one you probably would have been reminiscent of using in the Bachelor's Domain when you were sailing along its river.
Nang, will you ask Yasin if that unlocked
Okay.
the sarcophagus? Because I know we haven't successfully completed a lot of but when we did the Wongo sarcophagus, after we kind of did the three, they did the three chests, and then it unlocked kind of, and then we had to open it, but there was some kind of definitive sign that.
Oh. As you were asking Nang, she seems a little bit more skittish than usual, and She says, it's made of gold, isn't it? Right?
Mhm.
Gold never betrays. We'll be fine. Just open it up. Also, once this crap is out of the way, we should totally get the shield of that dwarf. It also looked gold.
Okay. Yeah, but
And-
just check in with
Yeah.
Yasin.
Okay. Wait, what am I asking again? Oh, I got distracted by the gold.
Ask him if he feels confident that this is diffused.
Listen, are you confident the gold will not betray you?
Do we mean figuratively or?
Both.
I was until you asked. I don't know.
I just feel like
Maybe I am too materialistic. I suppose it's difficult when you're brought up in a society that, only really values you as to what kind of value you can produce for others. When you're at a party, the second
bachelor
question
speech.
already anyone asks you is, what do you do for a living? As if that's what defines me. Maybe that's a kind of betrayal.
Do not breathe doubt into my host's mind.
cool. Go for it.
Anton just says, just do what you believe is right, yes, and try to block out the rest of the voices.
Yes, thank you. Now, shut up. So,
Yes, I know. I count as a voice. Yes, I get that. So probably don't listen to me either. Okay.
So, is there anything I'm missing?
Worst case, you can just run and squeeze through that jackal mouth again, right? Or like that little hole.
I don't know
That's
how
in
long
the
it's
ma-
going to
in the-
take me to squeeze through. It's probably not an easy
It's
process.
squeezing, squeezing is like difficult terrain, I guess.
Okay. I open the chest. Kaboom.
Okay. Unlike the others, which have required strength checks to lift the huge stone, this one is actually smaller and a little bit lighter, it seems. But it is still made actually of gold. And it's worth probably, with your eye, your keen, archaeologist eye, it's probably worth about 7,500 gold. And as you lift up the lid, you see the oh boy, let me just check. Okay, it has got the small fragile bones of an almirage within, as well as its
Aw.
spiral horn. Yeah, its little horn is not decayed, it's just sitting resting there.
No, you poor little
And
guy.
that is it. There is no treasures within the sarcophagus itself, but
Uh-oh.
you estimate that the sarcophagus is probably worth a lot. But yeah, no, just the actual intact bones. It doesn't even look like they've been sifted through or moved. And in my mind, it actually reminds me of the time I opened up my dad's toolbox he had. He hadn't opened for like a decade, and we opened it up, and it had the perfectly preserved remains of a mouse laying there. It was like, oh my god, you could literally move it, but as soon as you did, it turned to dust. It was the really strangest thing I've ever seen. So yeah, it does look like they've actually sat and like rested, and they've sort of just turned into a skeleton almost.
Your dad needs to do more DIY.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, crazy.
I close the lid and look around because I feel like I'm about to get shot in the back by an arrow or something.
You watch as the stone sphinxes just look down on you ominously,
Oh, tits.
but they do not move,
Stone sphinxes.
and they do not react. Yep. You see that their faces are almost in a half growl, so with the front of their mouth closed, but just the edges of their lips open, bearing sharp fangs.
I say out loud,
But that
is there a riddle or something?
The bachelor looks around as well with with your own eye. Says,
Oh
Yeah.
god.
"Hmm, doesn't look like it, but old Aijin is the most trixiest of the trickster gods. There's supposed to be something in here, isn't there?
Yes.
Aijin, where is your treasure?
I'm gonna check out like around and under the boat and around on the plinth to see if it's like a fake plinth or a fake boat, or you know, if the actual grave is under.
Doesn't seem to be. And you do give a quick look around. Doesn't have a false bottom or anything. It's a very well designed and made barge. It doesn't look like it's counterfeit or anything. But that's everything.
Checking the wall.
And
Is
so
there
the-
any
and-
more? Come.
And the block has stayed down, hasn't lifted.
You mean this whole 3-foot platform?
No, the separating block between us and the room, the party
right.
and Yasin.
No, that actually has not yet. In fact, let me check it. I will double check that, but no, it hasn't.
So I lifted the lid on the thing. They didn't react. I closed it
No.
and they did.
No, they haven't reacted or moved at all. They just seem to have this kind of very
Oh right.
lifelike snarl on them, but they clearly haven't actually moved. But you just
What
kind
if
of take
it's-
note of them, because when you looked through the jackal was when you witnessed the trap activating, and it was the opening of their mouths as a locust just poured from within them.
What if it's an invisible treasure? But you don't want to touch it, because then you're gonna
Yeah.
have Aijin try to possess you.
Well, that's kind of got to happen.
Mage
either
hand,
way.
blindly mage hand around in there.
Yeah. I pop the lid open again.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, "Here, Aijin, wake up, rise and shine."
As you're saying that, let me see. You hear a little whisper, very faint, and it says, I'm here, come get me."
Where are you?
Closer.
Oh my god, this is the cutest. This is the cutest Easter thing that could have happened.
Oh, I kind of lean in a bit like this.
Warmer.
Oh, fuck. Does it sound like? Where does it sound like this voice is coming from?
From the remains themselves.
I poke them with mage hand. Wake up.
You poke,
Bachelor says wake up.
poke the remains. And like I described earlier, they do kind of crumble down, breaking all the bones, except the one thing that doesn't look brittle is the singular horn on its brow. It kind of falls down
Gotcha.
and lands into the bottom of the sarcophagus.
I'm gonna. I say, Bachelor, my old chum, you're there, right? They can't get like double possessed, right?
You saw what happened when Moa and Kubazan went toe to toe.
Yes. Well,
Could you mage hand it through the jackal's mouth and just drop it on the outside of the jackal's mouth?
and give that a go.
Remember, I'm the only thing keeping you in your body.
Yes, no, I know. I'm very much on Team Bachelor. Don't worry. I reach out telepathically to Nang Nang. I'm like, Nang Nang, are you there?
Slimy frog here. Over.
Gooey wizard here. Have someone ready to collect Ijin horn on other side of Jackal's face. Over.
Confirmed. Acknowledged. Slimy frog over and out. Guys, we gotta go around. And she starts
Ignir,
plodding her way. Plop. Splash, splash.
Ignir, do you want a? Oh no, the waves.
I don't want to.
Do you, Ignir? Do you want to carry Ijin around?
No, I do not.
All right, I'll slap you with a protection from good and evil, evil and good, so you can't get possessed.
Lovely.
But you'll need to go grab it.
Yeah, making my way.
Stop that.
Revi's
like
looking
that.
so, like we look over at Revi, who's just on like 3 hit
Just
points or whatever. you're
leaning
at.
on the wall, like, I'm fine. I'm so good, guys.
Well, look buff as heck, so imagine
Yeah.
your like arms folded as well,
Yeah.
showing off your guns. All right,
Trying to like
Ignite, and
intimidating with my burnt acid covered arm. Like, I'm good. Cool.
as you're heading back, I don't know what happened to the tridents, or where you left them, but I'm going to assume that you probably still got them. So, Nang Nang reminds you as well, like, let's get those tridents, and she grabs
Oh.
one and walks through.
I could also just telepathically tell Vorn to walk there too, to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
Too late now. You put the person without dark vision wandering through the darkness.
Hold my hand.
Oh my god, so cute.
You got Ignir being floated along by an upside-down frog on the ceiling, and eventually they come
Take
around and you
that,
can
physics.
see, yeah, you do see the horns of Ignir kind of trying to poke through the jackal head.
Hello.
They're there.
Here, take my twisty horn.
I wish you wouldn't phrase things like that. But I'll mage hand grab the twisty horn.
Okay. You hear it. Hey, put me down. And finally, the horn is gestured through, and immediately Ignir is. Do you grab it?
I was
Yeah, you
grabbing
can't
your
get-
mage hand.
Okay.
But he also can't get possessed.
Of course. You see streamers of light emanate from the tip of the horn, and as they swirl around you, they form into a spectral rabbit, with a singular horn on its brow, and a female voice whispers, Quick, let me in! We must stop a Serac! And it crawls towards you, and it says, what the... Hey, aw, you've already got horns!
And they're bigger than yours. You're just gonna come hang out with us. No possession today.
You could have a third horn. That would be cool. No one would see that.
Yeah, pass.
What if you got like 23 decks though?
This is unpredictable.
I know, I get that a lot.
Okay. What else?
So now does the stone open? I guess we don't really need it because Yasin can just squeeze back through.
True.
mean, I
Nowhere on
still
this does it say that it steps. That it opens. It's kind of crazy.
Wow. So
you
what
should
would you
squeeze
do?
out the mouth of the jackal.
Yeah.
You can't fit through there.
There's this random door here as well.
Oh yeah, maybe there's.
No. And I will say, Yasin, if you do want to squeeze back through, you can. But there is a floor of tiles before you, and the
Yeah, I
dead
was going to
dwarf.
ask. Is Carrick kind of guiding me through with the...
It's reset back to the vulture, so I
can't
don't know what
remember
that
the order
means.
was.
I
So,
can remember. I've got the order, but
I mean, so as long as
But
Carrick can like guide me through with that, I can.
I just don't know if reverse order is going to work because it's reset back to vulture. So
Okay,
the
so
way
if
that
you
I would
keep
read
your
this
eye
trap,
on if you keep your eye on the thing and I step on the vulture.
It goes vulture, snake, door. Yeah. Okay, so as you step onto a vulture tile, it
Oh,
suddenly
no.
clicks and goes to a serpent.
Oh, tits.
you could make that jump. It's only a 5-foot jump. You could jump that from the vulture to the snake. That's
I think it's a 15-foot jump technically.
no, sorry. Okay, so you're on which vulture? I'm I'm reloading stuff. But the one
Okay.
that's diagonal.
There is a snake
Up
tile
a little
connected
bit.
to this vulture head,
I am, yeah.
but you know that
Yeah.
the one after that is a door, and there isn't a door for another 20
15
foot
feet.
or 15 foot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you go with the one that's up and to the right,
So if I step off this, am I okay?
You step off
You're gonna
it
have to-
and nothing
you're gonna-
happens.
you're gonna have to step to a snake.
Okay, so vulture snake. So I need to go straight to snake.
Yeah,
door.
if you're up on
What's-
that up on that dais,
What's the
Yeah.
order going ahead?
vulture, snake, door,
Yep.
reeds.
Scarab, scepter, foot, and
Urn.
And then it repeats. Vulture snake. Door. Oh, this is rough. Snake door.
Basically, you just need to get to that scepter, and then you can squeeze through there, right?
I don't know if I can squeeze through there.
Back the way you came in.
I need to get here. Get back the way I came in.
well, you just passed through Igen's horn. It was big enough.
Oh, right, got you. Oh,
That's
in which case
there
we're
is,
going
that's
straight
a
to
big.
snake.
That's an actual opening, like
Oh,
unlike.
got you. I thought we said I
Yeah.
couldn't get through there. Sorry.
No. So I think Igneo asked that, or someone said a medium-sized creature couldn't get through there. At the very
Right.
least.
In which case I would have gone straight to here.
Okay.
Hang on, vulture
Alright.
snake.
You could also just jump from this platform because it's a 3-foot height,
Yeah.
so you could make the jump from here to there.
And then can I just kind of go through?
Okay,
But
so
we
you
just
jump
watched,
back
like-
on.
The birth of Jason.
Yep, you jump back onto the serpent tile, and it does actually rotate round to door. And Jason can't make a 15-foot jump, but the gap is there, and it does seem there is no physical barrier. So you surmise you could actually try and slide through, which
I'm
you
gonna
do
try
by
and
climbing up. And
Yeah, I'm gonna try and go through.
you see the jackal head is like throwing up this Jason covered Play-Doh.
Hello, Igni.
Nang Nang says, well, the mother jackal is giving birth.
I will never forget this. It will haunt me for all my days.
Beautiful. But what about my shield? Did you pick up the shield?
Oh no, I completely forgot.
What? Get out of my way.
Okay, be careful.
Ah, damn it, it's still there. She's like looking through the jackal.
Hmm.
God damn. She tries to poke her arm through. Oh, it's so
Yeah,
close.
I wouldn't.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, dwarf got pretty good and zapped.
Oh. They look very disheartened.
Sorry, Nang Nang.
Oh, she spots the hole in the ceiling. Aha! I'll come back for it.
Ignir, what did you get?
I hold up the horn.
Okay, is
I
it
don't
like
know.
a...
As they hold it up and swish it around, roll me an Arcana check, you two. It's very reminiscent of a wand in the way its like length and size is. It's a very appropriate for a wand. And it's as Ign is like holding up. He's holding it just like a wand would.
Oh, it's a wand.
It is a wand of what?
So,
I cannot tell you straight off the bat because it is, of course, unlike a normal wand. It is actually a spiral horn of a Almirage. But you, with a 26, can detect it is most definitely you. But I won't say which, not unless you spend the time to identify it.
Well, Igni, you're welcome to it.
well, it would be nice to know what it does before one of us maybe does something stupid.
That's true. If we can take 10 minutes, I can identify that bad boy.
Well, we have to wait for everyone else to come around anyway, so...
Okay, well, let's get comfy.
All right.
Look at
Is
us.
everyone coming back round, or are they actually investigating this door before they move on?
Ooh.
I will have a look. I'm not going to be particularly helpful. But,
Okay. If you want to have a look, just give me a perception check.
okay, I might be mildly more helpful. Nope, that's 13.
Oh.
Ooh,
Okay,
I have inspiration. Can I
you can.
roll again?
I would be if we're looking at the door, I'd be
Might be helpful.
assisting.
Okay.
Okay.
As like
inspiration.
Carrick and Revive like look at this door like, why not?
Okay, you can re-roll. But yeah, for further notice, normally inspiration is proactive. Just
Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. But yeah, Carrot can assist you at the very least. So 15, not much to see, if I'm completely honest. It does look like some of the doors you've already seen throughout this tomb, but there doesn't seem to be any like depictions or murals showing anything. I will say with a 15, you do smell something from the other side, though. There is a scent of cooking, like stew or something. I know we've had a bad relationship with stew in the past in this campaign, but this is good stew, I promise. I can't promise you anything. What am I saying? It does smell like stew, though. Someone's cooking something.
Revive, do you want to stand to one side, and I'll
Yep.
mage hand the
Yep.
door open?
Yeah, I'll scooch out the way.
Okay. So you mage hand it.
Prismatic spray.
No. God. Can you imagine if they put 2 prismatic sprays on the same level? God. Ridiculous. Okay, so no, in this one there is actually a stone font filled with a steaming greenish liquid, and beyond it there is a shadowy figure standing at an open door
Nope.
on the
Shut that
far
door.
side of the room. The figure's back is actually towards you.
Great.
So
We're
they're just
gently,
staring into
gently,
this.
gently close that door.
Quietly close the
No.
door. Move on with our business. No one
Just
needs
hang
to
on.
know that we opened the door.
we didn't see it.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
you made the noise at least opening it, and as you close it with a similar, nothing seems to react. You don't hear footsteps or anything.
Just chalk that up as a win.
In fact, I will say, Carrick, you could just roll me a perception check as you do close the door real quick.
Could somebody roll me a perception check?
I got you.
Cool. Okay, 17 is pretty good. You do see that the figure does move as you're closing the door. Because your line of sight is getting slimmer and slimmer as it's closed, you can only make out just a portion of its movement. And the door closes on the other side, and you actually heard it like audibly, the door that they were standing on or through closes.
I'm confused.
Like at exactly the same time.
Oh, like it was a mirror.
I'll demonstrate. This is what you see. Oh, did you not see that? You're not in Foundry. It looked like the figure closed the door as you closed the door, because they're not at your door. They're at another door on the other side of the room.
Okay.
That's
Huh.
it.
All
That's
right.
what you see.
Yep. Yep. We'll just. There's no. We're gonna stay on task. We're looking for skeletons and sarcophagus.
problem. Okay.
Pressing on.
I mean, we can maybe check it out later.
Yeah.
Yaka says, "You must be getting hungry all this dungeon delving, yes. And purple slime cannot suffice." And it sort of swirls and flies past you.
Is
I've got to
Yaka
catch
sticking
up
with?
with-
Does
Yeah,
Yaka
Yaka
stick
said,
with
"Whoops,
us?
I've got to catch up with Nang Nang." Woo! And it flies past. Excuse me. Nearly bonks you on the head, Ravaya.
Do I get the sense that Yaka is like bound to Nang Nang?
You do get that sense from that wording. Like they've got
That
to
is
catch up
so-
to Nang Nang.
So funny. So like the stealthiest, like the one who can turn invisible, and climb on
Mhm.
walls, and be a sneaky
Yep.
sneak, has a floating skull.
And Nang Nang has been visibly perturbed by every sentence that Yaka has said. They're like livid every time they're nearby it. Such to the point that they're very distracted.
Oh, like they have disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Rough.
Iku says, "All right, let's get going."
Yep. Ravaya, how you feeling there? Do you need a little break? Need a little healing?
No. No, I'm fine. I'm so okay. Don't worry.
All right, cool.
So, back the way you came, we'll say for the sake of brevity, they have left the tridents on the other side. You mage hand them through, and you walk
Yeah.
through one at a time.
Great.
As
So
you
we've
come
got
back
somebody. We've got Ravaya who wants to take as much risk as possible, and Carrick who doesn't care about other people's well-being, which is like the duo flaw of the
around,
century.
yeah,
You don't
God,
care
yeah.
about other people. I don't care about myself. You know, this is great.
As you go back through the identical passageway, how do I say this? It literally is identical. First of all, where the legs of the what were they? Was it the eagle?
Stork.
Hold on. Stork. Else right. Thank you. Stork. Where the legs of the stork were the passage that Yasin went through, there is once again a small crawl space. That's obvious. You've seen that before. Pointing it out that it is identical and that there is another crawl space there, completely mirrored with the other side. And underneath the eagle's head, there was an illusion with some sort of weird sphere. The Iku's actually kind of rolling around between her forefinger and thumb right now and like looking at it. It's like inspecting it. But that's all I'll say as you go back. Just a thing to note.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Also,
you guys
I don't
make it
wanna
back to the...
address the elephant in the room, but its eyes.
Yeah, there are a few eyes that do watch you as you go down the corridor. And then more importantly, they eye Iku, and she stops for just a moment in her tracks. And she's like, "What are you staring at?" And you two, Carrick and Ravaya, kind of push on. And Iku standing back at it. What? Why just me? Vaughn looks around and shrugs. And then he holds up the ball in which she's still holding. You want this? And she waves it back and forth. The eye follows, disturbingly, like just watches the little ball that Iku's holding. If you want it, go fetch. And she throws it across the floor and it rolls. Both the eyes disappear.
Huh.
Fine. She goes back and picks it up. Strange. Okay, and you're back to the rest of the party at this point.
So Yasin, about this system, or this rod.
Yes, well, Ignore, I was just thinking, I don't, we've been adventuring for a long time, but I don't really feel like I've spent much time with you, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, everyone
Well, I
else
feel
has
like
had a little
you
adventure.
spend so much time with the voices in your head these days.
Yeah,
it's hard
sure,
to get to know the real you. And I
without
look
getting to know all of me, if you know. It's just, I had like a little side quest with Revire. We went up a tower. There were pterodactyls and stuff. Oh, that was a good time. And, we've never really had any Yasigne time or Yasne.
Yes.
Ixin. There's a couple of names there. But anyway, what was I doing? Oh yes, identify. Papa!
And as you finish identifying it, you even kind of witness another small spiral of a myriad of lights. And at first you kind of brace for some sort of prismatic spray, but it seems to represent that there is an unpredictable, unnumbered effects with this wand, and that it's possible of a variety of different magics. And as the information flows into your mind, the realization comes to you. This is a wand of wonders.
What does a wand of wonders do?
Okay, I will. Thought you might know that one, but okay,
No?
it
Yeah,
is
no.
all right. It is a interesting wand that can, on a random, you get a D100 random table.
Oh my
It has
god.
7 charges, and every time you expend one, you consult the table and discover what happens. It is a spell save of DC 15, and it has a range expressed in feet, and its range is 120 feet if it isn't already. And the effects can be a number of different things, from magical gusts of wind to invisibility to explosive fireballs. It's really got a mix.
But you have no idea what you're casting, whether it's beneficial or harmful, until you cast it.
Yep, you just have to point and hope.
I love it.
Chaos.
As per, and you can even hear Aidin's little whispering voice as you cast Identify, and she repeats the same motto that was atop her shrine, and saying that it's best to be unpredictable in life. No predator can catch you if they don't know which way you're going to run.
Well, I'm feeling a bit more orderly these days, a bit more sort of tyrannically edgy and mean. I have a crocodile in my head, you see. So, you're welcome to take the stick of whimsy.
Your tricks wouldn't work on me, Aidin.
Yes.
I mean, what's wrong with a little trickery?
All right. I think, is it attunement? I don't think it is. Let's look. Oh, it is.
Whoa.
Okay. But it has to be required by a spellcaster. So that's fine.
So wait, yes or no? No attunement, but spellcaster has to use it.
Yeah, attunement by a spellcaster.
Okay. Well, why not? I guess I'll just add it. I'll just put it in my pocket for now, and we'll whenever we find a time to short rest, because we get so many of those.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll drag a Wand of Wonder onto your sheet.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, cool.
Are we gonna take a breather?
Yep, let's go for a short rest as the party decide which direction to go in next. Whether to up, down, one of the corridors, one of the doors, who knows? Plenty of unpredictable areas to go. So we'll be right back in about 5 minutes. So yeah. And we are back. All right, with another of the trickster gods freed from their tomb, that leaves only 2 remaining. Shakambe and
Unk.
Unk. Where is Unk? Everyone's wondering.
I need more unk in my life.
Enemy to no one. Also friend to no one. Well, yeah. The neutral
True.
party.
True neutral.
True neutral, yeah. And it seems, and even the bachelor's like,
Oh yes. Almost completely forgot about Unk.
Hmm.
Can't say that their indecisiveness would be much use, but he is one of my kin. We cannot leave him behind.
So, got a few more things to see on this level, I
behind.
expect.
Yeah, Yaka said that Shakambi's sarcophagus is on this level and was taking us there originally before we got distracted.
oh, did I? It's been so long. That was like a good hour ago. But it feels like a week. I talk a lot. Perhaps that's the reason.
Yes,
Maybe 2
time
weeks
around
in
you
fact.
seems to slow down.
Where did we say? Did you check everywhere? Down here?
There's a place down here that, given now our practiced understanding of the architecture, looks primed for a secret door.
And we do need to check out what was behind that secret door you found around the corner.
Carrick looks at Ravaya and shakes at the mention of door and shakes his head. Not that door.
There's lots of doors. Try every one of them. Don't leave a door untouched. But yes, try not to let them hit you in the ass this time.
I will cast guidance on Yasin and as we make our way maybe down to the bottom left of the main square.
Also, gotta remember to pop my short rest.
Are you taking a short rest? Is that what's happening?
I thought we took one.
Dude.
I thought we
Sorry.
took
Don't
a
go.
short
What,
rest
during
yeah.
the identification?
Well, you said it was an hour and a half. So
I
thought,
mean, since you drank it. Since you drank that potion. Yeah. If you want to take a short rest, you can. But
I
that's
take it back.
Yeah. All right then. So you can if you want, but it seems like we can just equally move on.
I have 2 more hit dice than my thing is telling me.
Okay.
No, if we're not doing that, then that's fine.
Alright.
So there's more small tubes up ahead. I have just done one, so I don't know if anyone's feeling particularly spelunky or anything, but I can go whilst I'm still gooey.
yeah, I think we should utilize the goo. But I think I'll kind of and just that bottom left passageway. I think just want to see if you can find a secret door down there.
Okie dokie. I think I just heard a door.
Yes. There's lots of people in here. Not just you, adventurers. Tomb
Yes, yes.
dwarves having to repair all your nonsense. They'll probably have to raise that stone block you put down earlier.
Well, I hope they're being paid.
All right. Yeah, yes, and there's another crawl space, similar size, similar built structure to the other ones you've seen thus far. It bends immediately to the left, so you can't see far.
Everyone sing it with me now. I'm going to check for traps. Way.
Yep, you see no traps. The only problem is it's really tight and then turns, so you can't really see much other than the bend. And during that little space, there is nothing. As soon as you come in here, though, you do turn and see what would be potentially a trap, because it seems to depict a bull. Is it a bull? Let me check. Ahead of you, it's like a snarling face of a minotaur, and it's etched into a sheet of iron that bisects the crawlway. However, its eyes have been cut out, letting you potentially see through the sheet. So I'll just give you a flash
Yeah.
of what's on the other side. Very identical looking passage, turns around to the left, but it does bar your way.
Can I squeeze through the eye hole?
Yeah, good. The eyes form a 2-inch wide gap.
Getting some value.
You bastard!
Value goo.
All right. You move past the iron sheet and onto the other side, coming out to this area. As soon as you come to the edge of the crawl space, you see an eye staring back at you for a moment. It
What do you
blinks
want?
and then it suddenly slips away.
Ugh.
Doesn't seem like it wants anything with you. But you plop down onto the side and start merging your body into a humanoid shape. You look like Morph,
Smaller tube?
but with more like outfits. Yep,
Ooh.
there is another tube. You can hear a rushing wind howling through this area. It seems quite spacious, but there's a torchlight, and down below, you probably can't see from here, but you could crawl in.
Just gonna go check the other side quickly.
Okay.
This thing.
It looks like a hole in the floor. A square hole.
This wall here kind of...
There is a wall there, yep. I mean, that is a wall. Wait, what? Let me just check from your vision.
The lighting kind of like cuts off here.
Yeah. No, that it does look like a passageway to you. Like the rest of the wall looks completely normal.
Right.
However, let me just check what happens when you come up to this square. So, because it might look familiar to you, but give me an investigation check.
Would this fall under Dungeon Delver?
Yeah.
You do have guidance as well.
Oh, that's a D4, correct?
Yep.
So the walls of this narrow tunnel slope inwards as they approach a 10-foot high ceiling. There's patches of that same mold clinging to the walls and floor of the eastern half of this hall. Cut into the floor is this 3-foot wide, 4-foot long rectangular hole. There is bright light spilling out of it, kind of illuminating it. So you would be able to see into it. And as you kind of you did come to the edge, you could look down. And as you peer in, you see the cylindrical room that you recognized from earlier.
This is like another place for the thing to be activated?
Doesn't seem like any way to activate said trap, but it is an entryway, or perhaps even an exit hole.
Got it.
And you look to the right, you can see a very clear wall, but that must have been where you were looking through. So you kind of get this idea of perhaps like a one-way mirror sort of thing going on.
Is it like a physical, mechanical thing, or is there clearly some kind of magic involved?
Must be some kind of magic, because it's stone. If it was a mirror, it'd be kind of glassy in texture, but it's clearly stone.
And I can't see the where the other activation point should be. If you know what I mean.
No, you can't. You see into the cylindrical drum-like room.
Okay.
You can see more mold clinging there, scorch marks, holes where the spikes protrude, but Other than that, nothing. No way of activating it. That's
Oh.
it. Okay, you come back, and to really see into the room proper, see through your vision. Yeah, you can. You squeeze minorly, and you come to the top of a very large chamber. You can't even see the bottom; it seems to be that deep. But there is a balcony about 5 foot away and about 10 foot down from you. And on this balcony, there is a lever. It's in an upright position. And to the right, or rather to your left, there is another platform, circular, seems to be made of wood. And you can see it's actually a column that goes all the way down into darkness.
And I can't see the bottom.
No, not with 60 foot of dark vision, I don't think.
Okay, I'd like to tuck my head out just so I can see in this direction, but I'm not gonna, fall out.
Okay, sure, I'll allow that. You do see in the distance another circular platform, slightly offset from this one, almost forming like a stepping stone. And I'll just see what you can see with your vision. 60 foot of dark vision. Perfect. You've got a friend. Seems to be looking around and spots you. And you spot it at the same time. I'd like you to roll a quick initiative, and we'll see if you can get faster than it. It is a skeleton, and as he turns around, you see the shape and head of this creature is indeed reminiscent of the ones you've already seen.
You
It is a
bastard.
skeleton king. Okay.
Come here.
Wow, you rolled fast. Okay. So he is on the middle, on the third, we'll say, the third platform, the weird wooden column. He looks around, spots you as you spot him, and I'm going to roll his initiative. He gets. Where is it? Oh, he got a 5. All right. You have an action before him. He looks suddenly
Okay.
startled. What do you do?
There's room above him, right?
Yeah, there's loads. The dimensions of this chamber are pretty big. Yeah, look here.
2 seconds. Not many
Oh,
options for
bastard.
stopping something. I'm going to point the wand of fear at it and use
Okay.
command and say, halt!
Can use the command on it.
That's what I got. Everything else
Okay.
is blow it up.
All right. Wisdom save it is. Wisdom, right?
It is a wisdom save, and I think the DC is 14. Sorry, I want to say 17, but I'm just checking. DC is 15, so it still succeeds.
15. Well, the minus wisdom, he fails and immediately freezes in place. And it looks like he's almost balancing on top of this 10-foot wide platform.
I say, Nine Nine, I need everyone here right now.
All right. Allow the others to jump onto initiative as well. So go ahead and roll on. Nang Nang immediately turns and says, Yasin sounds like he needs us right now. Let's get Igni on. Wherever he is.
Hey, I'm not on the initiative tracker.
There you are. Yeah,
Oh, but how are you
Well,
going
that-
to get here?
that tracks though.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
That's why you're not on, because you're always last. So we know at the end of the turn order that's when you take your action.
Yeah.
Sorry, too harsh. All right. So at this point, he can't move. So we're back to really the top of the round. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn after you cast message? Do you want to move or as a bonus, anything else? Because you would like on the end of your turn.
Yeah, no,
effectively.
that's my turn. I'm just going to try and hole
Okay.
in there.
All right then, Carrick. Nang Nang lets you know what's going down. What do you do?
I'm going to panic search for a secret door to see if there's a faster way to get there.
Just in the immediate area, like right around you.
I just got sent a screenshot of where we are, but yeah.
We'll say that you might have moved up a bit. I don't know what happened after Yasin crawled in, but it looks like only Ignia moved up to where you were.
Yeah. To see, I'll just kind of search and see if there's a secret door connecting that gap between, just to the
Well, I
left of like where Ignir is.
I think I see what you're trying to look at. Yeah. Okay then. Roll a investigation check. We'll say. Oops! I just dragged you through the wall.
Because we're not gonna get there. Like squeezing isn't gonna. I don't want to squeeze.
Yep.
So
I'm just going to move you up to
just searching for, just frantically start patting the walls.
Okay. But I'm going to say after, even if you rolled a natural 20, yeah, 26, you confirm there is absolutely no way of getting to him through the wall. The passageway seems to be the only way to get round to him, unless I will say with a 26, you kind of think to yourself, there was another crawl space back the way you came, and if it follows the same pattern of being identical in that hallway, you remember it turning right.
Right.
So it does lead down. It might connect, but it's ways off. It's like, what is it, 70 foot from you right now?
Yeah.
But I'll say with a 20.
Carrick will say, no door here, and then just run towards that way.
Alright, cool.
Maybe it'll run out that way, and we'll have him flanked and pincered.
Okay, that's not a problem. That's the best I can give you with a 26. So right, going down the Lord order. Revive. You're up.
Okay. Alright, 20.
Oh.
Crawl space is over on the right. How far away is it? Because it's the first round of initiative, so I have. No, I don't want a thing. No, I don't want a circle. I want a straight line. Thank you. What am I doing?
You're welcome.
Right, so that's only 60 feet away. I think I can get 5 foot into the crawl space.
The one to the east.
Yeah, because I'll have 70 foot of movement from here because I'm dashing.
Okay.
I'm 90 overall on first round of initiative.
Sure.
So.
And if you ever want the measurement tool, you can just hold control even whilst you're in the token selector.
I was doing the wrong one.
That's okay. Cool.
That's my bad.
You get up to the crawl space. After that, it's going to be difficult terrain because you're squeezing.
I think I ignored difficult terrain.
Wait, what? You ignore being.
Or is that a druid thing again? I can't remember.
That's a druid thing from magical plants.
No, there's a potential ranger thing, but
no,
maybe even
moving through non-magical difficult terrain causes you no extra movement.
Oh, that's so
right.
good.
Who are you? Who are you? You just break everything.
Wait, what?
That's right. Ranger.
That's cool. I know that ability. I'm just checking squeezing in 5e. Because maybe I've used the wrong terminology. But alright, squeezing through an area costs 1 extra foot of movement for every turn there, and you have disadvantage on a dex saves and attack rolls against the creature have advantage. So yeah, it's not actually difficult to move in it. It's so small that it slows you down.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's fine.
So yeah, it's kind of my wording. It is difficult, but it's not mechanically difficult terrain. But it will take you time to get.
No problem.
Okay. All right. So that's where you get to, I think, with a dash.
Yep.
Cool. Back to the turn. We have Ravia and then EQ. She will rush around. I guess she can follow you and catch up. Actually, you know what? Along the way, she'll transform and use that as her action instead. And Nang Nang, after hearing the voice, looks down and says, I can't get through there either. Alright, she just follows up behind you guys. Okay, the skeleton keys turn. Alright. Seeing as though that only affects for one round, it sort of shakes its head and like cracks its weird stone-like key on the top, and then begins to look around for potentially an escape route. And it's going to jump from one column to the next, and it's about a 5-foot gap between them. And they make it. So with their strength, they can actually do that jump. So they land on the other column. And I think they're out of your dark vision now. So yeah, you don't see where they land, but you can hear them.
I can still see them. They're in the light of the
Okay.
other torch.
In that case, what you see
So
is
did
they
it
land
manage to
and begin
move under the command?
after the command wears off, right?
I think that's
only
at
a
the end of
round.
its turn.
Yeah. So
It had one.
first turn, you cast command, and then it on its go, it stood still, and then your next turn you cast message.
Oh, no, I just sort of telepathically reached out to Nang Nang.
Oh, I see.
I don't
Okay
have
then.
message.
Well, you don't have message. Oh,
Yeah.
all right then.
Sorry.
What's Nang Nang's range on telepathy? Let me just check. 'Cause normally telepathy is like a one-way kind of thing, but all right. Let's have a look. Oh, doesn't want to open it. I believe they could have been in range for telepathy anyway, which is fine. But yeah. Okay, I thought you were doing something else instead. That's fine. So on their turn, they can't move. They are stuck there. In that case, back to Vaughn's go. He's going to struggle to
Vaughn
catch up with you guys.
Yeah, Vaughn will just kind of just clank down and just kind of just spend his turn. He'll take the dodge action, but he's just panicking.
Okay. Brings us to Igmir.
I'll just see where everyone's going and sprint my sad little 60.
It's my sad little thing. All right, cool. You get to there then. Cool. All right then, and back to you, Yasin.
So the command only lasts a round.
It does, yeah.
If
You can see he's literally wearing off now, and he's turning around. Looks like he's about to jump away.
I'm going to polymorph him into a slug.
Good lord. Okay. Wisdom save.
Could be a waste of a 3rd level slot, but
Natural one. He's a slug.
nice.
And as he goes to take the leap, he sort of just splats onto the middle of the platform.
Okay, well,
We're gonna come around the corner, and you're gonna have a slug there, and we're gonna we rushed here for a
get
goddamn
the slug!
Oh no. I guess on its movement, all it starts to do is go at very slug pace towards the edge. And when he gets there, he doesn't leap, can't make the jump. But he starts to slip
Slugs
down
can't jump.
the side. No, they can't.
The slugs
does-
have spider climb.
Yeah, I'll say slugs have spider climb. And he actually goes down the edge of the side very slowly, and he's now in full cover, effectively, Jason. From
That's
you, at the very
fine.
least.
I've got him for an hour.
Okay, cool. Back to your character.
Carrick is like just shouldered to the side from Revia, and just like, oh, okay, and we'll try to race to catch up to her.
Okay, you can catch up. Looks like they're about to make their run in. But you can hold your movement to come up behind them if you want.
Yeah, I'll hold my action to dash.
Yep. Okay, Revia.
Cool. I guess I'm just gonna need to dash, but I think I'll only be able to move like half.
Yeah.
Isn't that?
So you can
Yeah,
move
so 35.
half movement. Yeah.
It's like doing the worm, but really aggressively in a tunnel.
That's 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to there. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. I think that's your full movement. But
Yeah.
inside, you can see there is another square chamber, perfectly square, 10 foot by 10 foot. It seems to be, well, devoid of any symbology or anything. It's completely blank. So that's worth describing, is that it is completely featureless. All right.
How is that scarier than if there was something scary in there?
Yeah.
That's terrifying. There's nothing here.
Literally nothing in there. Yep. The Coatl is now going to fly through, and they've got way more movement in this form, so they get 30 feet to there, and then go 1, 2, 3, and dash, and they catch up to you, Revire. So they could just push past, but I'm going to say in this little area, almost impossible to squeeze past someone else. So they're just right behind you. And the Slaad is catching up, but they're not going to be able to do much on their turn either. Because that was another 40-foot of movement. All right. Now it's the skeleton keys. Goes just the movement, as I've mentioned, sort of slugs their way down. Vaughn catches up to the back and back to Ignir.
Lovely. I will launch myself headfirst into the tight space and get as far as I can.
If you've got levitate on yourself, can we just like push you through like a torpedo?
I have
Load it.
levitate on myself this whole time. Every time. I don't like touching the ground here. It's gross.
Can you? So if you're running, and you've got levitate on you, and then you like hop up, do you like slide like a risky business slide at the end of the hall?
I mean, that's how I
Yeah.
think it works.
All right. Back to you, Yasin. You can see that the slug has made its way some distance from you, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere fast.
Yeah, best of luck to you, Sluggy boy. So I need to check out the rest of this chamber to make sure that I'm not gonna.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So the single torch burns above the balcony on the east side, and sorry, on the west side here. But I think from your point of view, I think you can see that there is another torch burning
yes.
from the other side on a very similar balcony. It illuminates a 15-foot tall statue of a hulking, fiend-like creature, furled wings and clenched fists.
Can I
And
roll an
set
Arcana
in-
check to see if I recognize this guy?
Yes. Yeah, I will say so. And the DC will be pretty high. Okay, you do
15.
not recognize this. No, not with a 15. Whatever that is, it looks powerful. It doesn't look like a simple imp or even a bearded devil. Something perhaps even more powerful. Well, you don't recognize them. And the thing is, a certain color would maybe tip you off, but in its kind of stone-like form, you can't actually identify it as easily.
Well, I'm just gonna hang about and wait for everyone else.
All right. Okay, let's go around to Carrick and the rest. And we'll say that you use your movement to catch up to Ignir, Carrick, and then we're back around to Revire, who's kind of heading in first.
Yeah.
So, is there anything you want to do, or are you dashing towards?
I'm just gonna dash and I'm gonna ignore the completely blank random square room in the middle of this crawl
Okay.
space and assume it's totally okay.
You assume as such, and as you move through, nothing happens. The walls don't close in around you. You check the ceiling as you come through. There doesn't seem to be any holes or features of any kind. Completely featureless, 10 foot by 10 foot square. And you climb up to the other side and begin making your way around. And I'll say with your movement, you can make it to the other end But before you do, there is the back of these huge unfurled wings. They are unmoving and have a stone-like texture to them. Do you want to hop down?
Yeah. Can I like squish my way around them? Just
You can
shimmy,
squeeze it.
shimmy.
Yep.
Right, very
So,
much like to get past it.
You can see the balcony ends just 5 foot beyond, and hovering are these weird there's about 5 wooden platforms. Each one is a disc about 10 foot across, and it's about 5 foot like wide, so like going down. And yeah, that's all you see really from here. I think no, you can see the other balcony because there's a torch lit on the other side, and there's a lever on the platform back there.
Okay. Cool. I'll just like gooch my way here because I think that would use quite a bit
Yep,
of my
you
movement.
get around the rough hewn statue and make it to the balcony there. No problem.
And I'll give a Jasmine a wee wave.
Oh, hey. That
Hey.
slug. We need the slug is a key.
What?
You can't quite see it from your angle, but you acknowledge there must be a slug somewhere. He's pointing.
Right. We'll get the slug. That's all I can do.
Okay. So for the others, you can catch up, and Iku makes her way around. Ignite, you climb through. Anything you want to do inside that strange
No,
featureless?
I'd keep just following everyone.
Okay. You make your way around.
I'm
I'll
gonna
say-
check out that room though.
Okay, cool. Being kind of towards the back, Carrick, you can go ahead and give it a look over as the rest of your allies clamber through.
For the perception or investigation?
Either one.
Okay, well you can. Would you mind?
Give him a perception. Excellent. 25. Wow. Okay.
What'd I do?
If there was a trap here, you would have seen it. And the fact that it remains so featureless actually kind of convinces you that this has yet to be part of a trap. And maybe they sorted it out. They were going to put something here, but it's still under construction, perhaps. And so, yeah, this is a completely safe area. And you're convinced this might even be a great hidey hole away from dangers. And that's it. That's all you get with it.
Yeah, Carrot kind of just like sizes up the room and realizes like it's the perfect dimensions for a non-detection spell. Just like files that away.
Okay.
Tiny hut.
Yeah, tiny hut and non-detection in that room. I think we'd be pretty safe for a long rest.
You catch up to the others, and now everyone's standing at the balcony. We can go out of turn order for a second here. You're all standing and watching Yasin as they're kind of waving and trying to gesture towards where the slug is. Looks to be in the middle disc revire of these 5 wooden platforms.
Should we push floating Ignir?
I was gonna, yeah. Let's just push Ignir over. Yeah, I'll ring a jumping, boop myself over onto this disc here.
Okay.
Nice, guys. Just use me like I'm a goddamn prop.
I'm getting over there as well. You can probably just float quicker than I can jump. And then I'll give him a little shove to try and, like, you're kind of trying to keep a balloon off the floor or something, but just bat it over kind of this way.
So before that happens, actually no, we'll say that happens because that's only a bonus action to jump, and then your action to sort of shove them. So you see Ignir like hover across, and he keeps on floating, but Ignir, you can catch the disc and like try and land if you want.
I'll try and land there. No reason to
Okay.
hit the walls.
Alrighty, you do so. You kind of come to your feet as you lower yourself. You're very blind at this point. The darkness beyond the torch here doesn't really extend past the next disc.
I'll mage hand a lit up coin over
Okay.
and
That could work. I'll allow that. You kind of go.
it just
Oh,
looks
great.
like my mage hand's invisible, so it just looks like a coin floats over.
Okay, you see a flittering coin spin, and you can give me a perception check, Ignir, as a bright light illuminates the next disc. Okay. You don't see the slug, but you do see a thin, slimy trail that's kind of glistening in the light. And it
So I
goes
found the snail trail.
It goes across the surface, down the length of the wooden platform, and then just you can't see the end. Then you can't see any slug attached to the end of it.
Lovely.
Hmm.
I'll just look at everyone like, I don't know where it is. Somewhere over here.
So at this point, Kubazan is speaking up, revives. He begins to insist.
I appreciate your fearlessness to jump from the platform. Even if others may have been able to float across, show no signs of fear. Can you make the next one as well?
Of course, I can make the next one as well.
Ha ha ha! Show me.
Like a jumping.
All right.
Myself across. Well,
Sure.
actually,
Oh my god, doesn't
I
your
can
jump
make
now
it.
go?
I can make it to the center one.
You can just skip one because you're so strong. This isn't jumping based off strength,
Yeah, my jump is so much.
and your jump is tripled with Ring of Jumping.
Okay. Before you
Is
go,
that what it
make
does?
the jump.
Is it
I
tripled or
think
is it
it's
doubled?
tripled, right?
Yeah, Chris, I hate it when you say before, like really slowly. It's the action.
Okay, so yeah, you're like winding up, getting ready for this.
So
and-
my long
Oh.
jump is now 69 feet horizontally. Just thought, let you
Wait, what?
know,
What?
with ring of jumping.
That is
Okay.
insane.
Got a
Incredible.
certified badass over here. All right.
That is crazy. Also,
Okay.
Revive, every time you've ever tried to jump a big gap, something bad has happened.
Also,
Yeah, I'm fully
Yeah.
aware at this point.
It has, hasn't it?
also,
Unbelievable.
I heard that click. What was that?
Lovely. Also, what's that? Yeah.
the 69 feet.
Nice.
It's
Nice.
oh, nice. Okay.
Nice.
So, Yasin and the rest of you guys, you do hear a door open on the other side, and stepping down into view.
Ah, the intrepid adventurers. See you're making your way down nicely. I do need to test this one real quick. Don't mind me.
And he pulls the lever here.
Wait, is it
And
actually
you-
Withers?
It is Withers, the golden mask, decayed body of Withers steps down, and he's wearing the same chain with the amulet upon his chest.
Can we do we get an action to do anything to him or?
It's his turn at the moment in the turn order.
Okay.
And he has come down, and he pulls the lever immediately on the other side where you guys, the party, are standing. You see the statue unclenches its fist, revealing a marble-sized object in its palm of each hand. Simultaneously, howling winds begin rushing and rising up to fill the room. Returning the lever, the lever stays down like that, and immediately we'll jump back into initiative order. He used his action and movement to do that, so it is actually Nang Nang's go right now. Okay, now that these wailing winds fill this place, I need everyone in the room who's not standing on a platform to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Am I in this? If just my head's sort of.
Yes, because you've kind of poked your head around and you're close enough that you can hear the wailing winds. Yeah.
Is it a frightened or charm thing?
No, neither of those count.
And you're fine if you're on a platform?
You are fine, yeah. Only those not on the platform. Okay, what do we get? 15 is a fail, and I think only Carrick succeeds here. So, oof. This is what happens as you hear these wailing. It sounds like there are voices within it. Carrick, you kind of hear them, but you can
It sounds
determine that.
legit like this is legit like Limbo. Like, oh,
Right.
back home.
You're just having a nostalgic kind of reminisce, whilst the others are like, "Good Lord, what on earth are these sounds?" The wailing continues, and as it pierces your ears and flows through your mind, it fills your head with horrific visions. Some of them are like scenes of you leaping from here and being impaled on spikes at the bottom. Some of you are feeling like you've been pulled into another dimension and forgotten about by your allies as you drift into the emptiness of limbo. And unfortunately, I need those who failed to both roll D100s. So Yasin and Ignir.
Isn't
And
Ignir on
I'll
a
be rolling.
platform?
Ignir's standing.
Oh, sorry, not Ignir. Was that a
9-9.
wisdom save for someone
Oh,
else?
sorry. I didn't realize that we didn't have to roll if we were on a platform.
Okay. Wow, EQ fucking saved. Jesus. I'm impressed. And as for Nang Nang, they need to roll quick save as well. So wisdom. Okay, they have failed too. So D100 for them as well. So as for Yasin, you begin babbling and you are incapable of normal speech or spell casting for the next 2 minutes. You are completely babbling. Your tongue gets caught up, and every time you speak, it almost comes out as a wail or a babble. And as for Nang Nang, they've got 34. They've become frightened. May use their action each round to run from the source of their fear. So the wailing sound freaks out Nang Nang, and she immediately tries to turn to clamber up the crawl space. I don't like it. I'm out of here. Okay. That's what happens at the start of that platform being the lever being pulled. And of course, Vaughn is completely immune to this, although he can't even hear or see this going on because he's all the way outside, cannot fit through. So, going back down the turn order, we're at Nang Nang's go, and she flees, crawls up, dashes, and is away from this. It is Skeleton Key's go. I know what they're doing, but they don't do. I'm just gonna roll a quick D20 and see what happens.
Did they have to roll wisdom save?
Nope, undead are completely immune to this. Natural 20. Amazing. All right, that might come up later. For now, you don't know where the hell this slug has gone. Vaughn can't help you, I'm afraid. Ignir. It's wailing. Also, the wind. Oh, yeah, sorry to interrupt. There is wind in the room now, making it incredibly hard to stay afoot. And you imagine that going into a levitating state might be difficult now. I mean, you could still levitate, but the winds are incredibly strong. So that's just want to point it out before you take any action. You can feel it like pushing, pulling you around.
Can I just take 2 pot shots at Withers?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I'm assuming I can see him in the torch.
Yep.
And I can't move because I'm levitating and I'm getting blown about.
Well, you said you landed on the platform, right? Remember?
Yeah, but I mean, if I try to jump, I'm still levitating, so I would just get popped around.
Yeah, something might happen if you levitate. You can feel the winds are probably strong enough. Okay, that misses. That hit, the first one hits, second one misses, but yeah, for 7 force damage.
Ugh. No, you're supposed to be testing the trap, not fighting me.
You're not funny.
This is business.
All right, then is that your go, or are you trying to move?
Nope, I'm gonna stay on the platform.
Okay, all right.
Considering that I am not in the best of shape.
All right then. Let's see here.
Am I?
You're at the top of the round, so Igni. Sorry, not Igni. Yes, and you're up.
Lovely. Can't
yeah, you just can't
cast
speak.
spells.
Nope.
So it's melee time. Oh, didn't mean to hit the skeleton key. Can't see.
Are you
sorry.
jumping down, or are you just whipping from
I'm
back
just whipping.
back up there? Alrighty. Yeah, you can. Let me think. 5, 10. Because you're quite high up, as I mentioned. This crawl space.
Oh, sorry.
Just trying to
I
find
was
out how
any
high up.
elevation on there.
What does Blade singing in the amorphous form look like? Is it just horrible?
Oh god, yeah. What does that sound? Can't imagine what it sounds like. It doesn't actually give me an elevation, so we'll just let it fly. It's all good. The first one misses. Oh, sorry, it does hit. Yep, and then the second one hits as well. So he gets cracked across the mask, and you see it split. Some of it breaks away, and you see an undead, ghoulish-looking face underneath. There's no longer this grinning face. It's just sort of like a.
Can you please not? Don't have my
Nice.
crawling claws distract you at the moment.
And I say,
Same to you. Never bothered to learn Elvish. All right.
Carrick.
Any move?
Nope, I am gonna hang there.
Okay. Carrick, your turn.
I'm gonna try to. If somebody could roll for me, I'm gonna guiding bolt, upcast to 4th level. At him,
What's the range on guiding bolt?
120 feet.
Then it's in range. Jesus.
17. Oh, 27.
Ow.
Beautiful.
27 to hit, or 27
27
damage.
radiant damage. It hit.
Oh
Great.
my god. He's gonna need to.
That was upcast.
Yep.
Yeah, it was
The
level
4th.
4.
Great.
That's
Perfect.
7d6.
Beautiful.
Bloody hell.
And now next attack has advantage on him.
That's pretty
And
good.
Revire's up next.
In 2
Oh,
hits,
what?
in 2 rounds, that's 44 damage to
And
him.
I
so
believe,
fuck him up.
being that this is the first, did we didn't like
Mhm.
re-roll initiative, did we? So I don't know if you get your
Is this new initiative?
triple attack.
So technically, the start of the lever being pulled is when initiative should be called. Well, because we was already kind of in initiative from the skeleton key. You're sort of still in initiative.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You're in your 3rd or 4th turn, right? So, yeah. It is your go though. Jesus. Okay.
Okay.
He looks
Um,
absolutely messed up from the radiant damage. just like hitting him up against the back wall.
Grand.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Pew.
would you do 45 damage? Jesus.
Pew.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first is a 14, which he's gonna have to shield. I should have done earlier. I'm floundering. So he's gonna bring up a magical arcane barrier to prevent that from hitting. The
Nice.
second
Did you
attack.
roll a
counterspell.
triple advantage?
Yeah,
You
he's got
can't.
advantage
You can't.
on this one.
I'm going to counter spell.
Okay. You can't cast
You
spells.
cannot
Counter spell is
do
only
spell
semantic
attack.
component.
Oh my lord. It's only thematic. Oh my lord. Okay.
I
Flipping
do it
out
with
the
a
nat.
middle finger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That is some burst damage right there, guys. I don't even have a chance to get out. So yes, you see a second arrow sink. It pierces through the arcane barrier as Yasin wipes it away with his hands whilst babbling some incoherent nonsense. And he looks wide-eyed as the kind of cracked mask breaks away. He strikes straight into his chest. He looks down at it and coughs for a moment. And blackish blood spills over the balcony into the depths below. And his corpse lands onto the actual balcony railing.
Carrick yells at Revia, "Keep shooting him! Don't stop!"
I have nothing left at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus, that was some serious nuking. Okay. Would have been his go next or something. No, it's EQ. Just barely EQ, but they are able to fly. But as they fly towards him, I'm just ready. Okay. The winds make her flight incredibly tumultuous. She's definitely experiencing some turbulence as she tries to bring her wings around and flap them. Okay. Let's see what she has to roll. I'm gonna just roll a strength check. Seems fitting. Jeez, EQ. Okay, she is flapping her wings so furiously that she's able to actually get some distance through here. 90 foot though, so she can't do much more than dash on her turn. And it does make it difficult for her to fly, so she kind of gets to here. And she's prevailing past the winds, but that's as much as she can do. So, it's now back to Withers' go. Jesus, that was... Wow. Wow. He lays there, just on top of the balcony, like leant over it, as blood is dribbling from his mouth into the void.
Is he undead though?
In his death throes, you can just hear him coughing up more and more blood. Where are we? He's probably saying something under his breath, but we'll come back to that. Let's continue down. Nang Nang's running. That's somewhere else. Back to Ignir.
Does he look like he's not fully dead yet?
I mean, he was dead before, so it's hard to confirm if a corpse is still a corpse.
Fair. The wind is still howling,
It is.
and that gem is in the statue's hand.
There's 2 gems, one in each hand. Yeah.
I would like to try and Eldritch Blast the gems.
Okay, sure. You can roll a hit. They're very tiny though, so it'll be a bit of a difficult shot. Well, that's what I was looking for. So 20 knocks the gem out and it hits onto the floor, we'll say, and it kind of rolls to the back into the corner where you've blasted it, but it doesn't seem to be damaged or smashed.
Okay. And then I'll try and hit the other one.
Okay. That's a hit as well. And it knocks the other one into the opposite corner.
Does that do anything to the wind? Or the
Nope,
sounds?
the wind continues to billow forth. filling the whole room.
Well, crap.
Oh, that should have been disadvantage on EQ, my bad. Just realized. 13, yeah, okay. They got like half that distance then. I'm gonna push them way, way back here. 45. And get to about there. Okay. What else? Huh. As you crack some of the texture away on the hand as well from the blast, you reveal a slightly greenish color underneath the stone. And it's at this point, Yasin, you do recognize what kind of demon this is. Because there's only one real greenish looking demon, and that is a Nikoloth.
Well, this will be fun.
They are actually a type of Yugoloth, which is what kind of flipped you for a minute, but I can describe a little bit about them. Effectively, they inhabit like some of the outer planes, like Gehenna or Hades, but not necessarily the Nine Hells themselves. And Yugoloths usually act as mercenaries between the two shifting battles of demons versus devils. And Nikoloths themselves are kind of the shock troopers of the Yugoloths. They're like muscular gargoyles, powerful bat-like wings that are used to swiftly go through the battlefield and slice things into pieces with their razor-sharp claws. They can supposedly cut through flesh and bone with ease. They are nightmarish foes, and they usually strike without warning
Sorry.
before sneezing away using their teleportation. Mm. Yeah, they also have powerful illusionary magic, create doubles, go invisible, or even just confound the enemies. But that's everything you know about them. Okay. So going down, let's have a look. What else happens? Yeah, the eyes as they kind of land, they sound like crystal, and they're completely undamaged from the force damage. The one on the left hand was kind of scarlet, and the one in the other hand was kind of pearly and white. Yep, that's everything on that. Let's go down to Yasin's go.
I'm going to hop over here. Was it an action to turn off the lever?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Lever or making sure Withers is dead. Would moving Withers' corpse count as an object interaction?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to pull him over, so he's not going to fall off the balcony, and then use my action to close the lever.
Okay. All right. The winds begin to die down. I think. Let me just check. Yeah, they do. Returning the lever to its original position causes the winds to abate. At the same time, however, you see the clenched fists close. So, Ignay, it's actually kind of really fortunate that you knocked out the glass beads. So yeah, all right, nice done. Nicely done, everyone. Okay, that's that. Also, that coin which was flying around probably span out of control, and I have no idea where it would have landed. So I'm just going to roll a d8 and see which way it went. 7. It actually kind of headed towards Yasin, so I'll say it pinged over to here. Ping. All right. Carrick, your go.
Okay, so there's no more wind.
The howling winds have died down.
I mean, I'm not a jumper at all. I will. Yeah, I will.
I think actually at this point we can come out of combat as well. So I'll
Okay,
just end
cool. I was gonna just do nothing anyway, so
That's fine. All right, so we're out of combat at this point. Yasin, you're still kind of babbling for about another minute or so, but other than that, doesn't look like there's any threats in the room. Yeah.
Yasin, is he dead? Your lips. Re-solidify yourself. Come on, pull yourself together. Look, this is no time. Just stab him a couple times.
You suddenly see one of his eyes roll back, and the bachelor's eye twitch, and you hear the bachelor's voice instead.
Anton? Stab. Yasin, can you understand me? Stab Withers. Cut his head off.
I stab him.
Okay. You suddenly hear Withers' voice, and he says,
Please, Zarak has still so much more to teach me.
Yeah, keep stabbing. Keep stabbing.
Just stab until
head off.
stab until we're over there.
the last words that escape his parchment-like lips.
A flaw in the design, perhaps.
Oh. Okay, good. Good to know.
Oh.
It makes me kind of happy that his
Ravaya?
final thoughts were his trap being an absolute failure. And that's the last
Ravaya,
thing he saw.
could you give me a piggyback jump?
Yeah.
God.
Come on.
Come
I'll give Carrick a piggyback, and can I still jump the same amount of distance carrying someone?
Even if you jumped
With
half
your
the
strength-
distance, that's still 35 feet.
with your strength, probably. Yeah.
Cool. I would like to jump 60 odd feet to this one.
Whoosh. Well, I'll say, yeah, you can jump that jump. I thought you meant that one. Jeez, I thought you're not going to jump flying that way with Carrick, but I'll say you can easily go from platform to platform and hop Carrick eventually to here. Yeah, and pop him down.
Carrick tries to look dignified as he lands after having just been sack of potatoed around.
I feel like a piggyback was the most dignified way that could have been done.
Eric, did you grab the gems that dropped down?
Of course I did.
Sure.
I'll hand them to Ignir and go inspect Withers.
He is not moving. His amulet hangs from a few inches from his chest. It's attached by gems. There is a couple of emerald teeth left inside of it.
That might be worth identifying later, but I'll kind of take that off his necklace, or his necklace off it with my mage hand.
Okay. His body is disturbingly cold.
Prop him up against the wall. Ignir,
Yep.
do you want to look like Askrak?
Oh, we're gonna do this?
I mean, he was talking about a flaw. Like, do you think he meant in this trap, or like
I think that was
I
just his,
think
like...
he was the flaw, as in like he was like him coming down and pulling a lever was a flaw.
Okay. But we could. What if we have Sarek ask him as, like, what is, like, explain to me how the control room thing works, or like what is the biggest weakness in the in the dungeon right now, or something.
Or we could just ask him what the solution to that fucking cog puzzle is.
That's what I mean about the control room puzzle.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anyway, something to consider. We don't need to do it right now, I guess, but I think this increases our chances for getting a long rest big time. Especially if we go into that little room, I still can cast non-detection, and we do a tiny hut. The only kind of loose thread is Vorn has to stay outside, but you can take kind of, I don't know, we could hide him.
Sure.
But promotions all around. Pretty good job there.
Yeah, I'm still reading over the trap as if there's more to it, but that's literally it. That's legit it.
I feel like because we came at the trap from both sides, it kind of that worked out
For
nicely.
sure. That definitely did a trick on me. But the madness effect can get worse if you didn't deactivate it. So that's the thing as well. So yeah, all around good job. Can't really fault you on that. And you got the 2 gems, it seems.
Oh, shit. Where's the slug?
Oh,
yeah,
the slug.
that's the only missing thing.
Fuck.
Revi, get the slug.
Where's the slug?
It was on the middle platform.
Maybe don't have Revia grab it. I'm just, she
Oh,
looks
sorry.
like she's
What I meant to say was...
Fantastic.
There's about
Central
1 or
Post.
2 words that come through. Slug was one of them. As its speech pattern is returning to normality in a few moments.
I'll look around for a slug too.
Yeah, I'll hop back over to where the slug was last seen and have a shoop around to see if it's on the floor. Like, probably lie down and hang my head over the edge, see if it's...
Okay, you can roll a perception check.
Here, sluggy, sluggy, sluggy. Where are you?
You cannot for the life of you find it, even with a 19. This thing is so tiny, you only see the little trail of it go underneath. And as you peer your head round and underneath, you're trying to get a good angle and see where it's gone. It's gone. Like, you cannot for the life of you see it. And as you perhaps wonder, has it fallen? You look down and not even your dark vision can perceive how deep this chamber is.
Hey, Jasim, could you drop concentration on polymorph?
Oh my lord.
Wait, this goes on forever?
Your speech is back to normal now.
I say,
you're good now.
I'm back. Hello, sorry. So, everyone might want to ready a spell, because who knows where this thing's gotten to, and we don't want it slipping away again.
Wait, but did Chris did you say that this floor goes down forever?
You can't see with your 60-foot dark vision. But, oh wait, Revi's got 120-foot dark vision, haven't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You would see there is a bottom to this. There is a very long pit, the same length as this hallway.
Well, hopefully the full damage kills him. I drop concentration on polymorph.
He's got spider climb.
Can I have held an arrow? I
Um,
dropped it. Saw it.
I'm going to re-roll this real quick. Oh my god, hell yes. So you can re-roll your perception check as you begin to look around.
Is
Try
it
to find
easier
it.
when he's not a slug?
It's
25.
It is. Yep, it is. You see his damn head poking out the bottom. He is literally clung to the underside, and there's a small groove to the disc, almost like they're enough that you could. He's hiding underneath, and he was
on
obviously a
this one?
slug. I rolled a natural 20 on my stealth check earlier, so even with your 19, you couldn't see him.
Oh, if he's there, I'll grab him.
Okay, well he's in the center of it, right? And you're all like peering over the edge. So he's probably just out of arm's reach. But he spots you, you spot him, and he freaks out. And just you and Revi, just this thing and Revi, just quickly roll initiative.
Okay.
God damn it.
I'll I have a stun ready. If I
Okay.
can see him too.
Like
if you- yeah.
Because he did his hide action, and you got a 25 this time. You do spot him. But, oh, you want
How do
to...
I roll? How do I roll a bit? Oh, thank you.
Okay. There you
Do
go.
Fuck, that's a 9.
Oh god, alright. So,
I have a +6. Rolled
so
a
he's going to
9.
do something incredibly mean. He is going to, as he tries to get away from you, climbing back the other way, he's going to lurch the platform and push it with both his hands, like shoves against it. Can you make me an opposed? Ooh,
Strength.
she's maxed out on Dex
I
and
want
Strength,
Dex or
so
Strength.
good luck.
god damn it! Oh no.
I can offer you a. Yeah, what do you want? Strength? Dex?
Offer me, give
An egg
me
in these trying times.
give me an athletics check in these trying times.
Oh, fuck, that's only a 14. Ha! Yeah.
Jesus, I rolled a
Fuck you,
5 and it's
Skelly.
not enough. Okay, what he was trying to do was shove the platform over. As you realize at this point, it actually can bob and hover there. It's magically floating. As you try to shove it upside down, you kind of like steady yourself and like push back against it effectively. Yeah, and the counterweight is not enough. Yeah. In fact, you beat him so hard, maybe you even push it forward and you fly over. No, no.
No,
You fly
I
the
want
right
him within range.
Okay, but he's holding on to the other side. But that was kind of his turn, really. Don't think he's got much more. Oh, wait, he's got multi attack. He does it again.
Okay.
Go ahead, Roman. Oh, this is helpless.
Great. 30.
Oh my god. Oh,
30.
oh even else. Is that even possible? He climbs up this time, and as he rushes up behind you, he sees you on the floor, and he tries to shove you off the edge. And he's like trying to move a boulder. In fact, you see his elbow snap.
Can
And he
I
looks
grab
down at
him
the
if
two.
he's trying to move me then, since I rolled a 30?
You can do whatever you want to him now. It's your turn.
Oh, yeah, I'm just grabbing him. Freaking.
Okay,
I'd like to try and restrain him.
cool. He tries to wriggle out, dislocating his body as he does so.
Do I need
Go
to
ahead,
roll
give me an
another?
athletics check.
Fucking
Oh, man.
Still.
Yeah. You go, you grab every part of him, especially the head is probably the best and most important part because he even tries to bite your hand as you do so. Shove his jaw shut.
Can I, like... This is gonna sound really brutal. I would like to relieve him of his head.
Oh god. Okay.
Do it, Ozzy!
Sure.
Finish
Pull his
him.
freaking head off!
Tell you what,
Put him in
do
a
it
body
again.
bag.
Because I feel like that's the important bit here.
Roll another athletics check, and I'll see if you can do it. You're just flexing now.
It's only an 18.
Only an 18.
I do have extra attack though, if that wasn't enough.
How many
Oh,
attacks have you
that
got? Yeah, you could do
That's
it
the
again.
first
Go
round.
ahead.
Holy
Flipping
shit.
out. All right. So the first time you try to yank, you see the spine get lodged. You literally got the whole spinal column, and you see ribs snap, snap, snap all the way up, and it gets entangled around the collarbone. And then you, with a second yank, finally pry it and pop the head off.
This is the bit we need, right?
Carrick takes a step backwards from a riot, just like a little, just a little terrified.
Bachelor says.
DMCA.
So there's no blood and gore. It's just dismantling a biology statue, right?
So
Just
good.
It's
enough.
like
Yep.
unbuilding an IKEA bookcase.
We've got 2. Which shape is this one?
Good question. We've seen triangle. You've got square. So this would be the hexagon.
Oh, and we saw the
This is
triangle
first one
down
we
here.
saw.
The first one you saw was a triangle.
Okay.
Was it?
So what do you mean when you came onto this level?
No,
Yeah,
the
we saw it.
hexagon was the first one we saw, like through the grate on the top level. I'm pretty sure.
No, that was a triangle.
Probably. Oh well,
It
we
was.
have 2 now.
This is actually, you did see this one earlier, and it did run around the balcony and away from you guys, and it ran south. And so at this point, you can kind of surmise it must have crawled into one of the spaces and got to here. And he thought he was safe, hiding in the middle platform, but well, he thought wrong. Okay. Skull in hand, the rest of the body kind of collapses and slips off the edge. And
Well-
eventually you hear the bones crunch to the bottom.
That's great.
I call this a complete win.
Yeah. I mean, we should call this a day.
I don't see it getting. This is
Yeah,
all
it's
downhill
only
from here.
gonna get worse. So we might as well end on a high note.
If only
let's
it
go.
was a day, because there's still at least, I don't know how many hours before a 24-hour has elapsed. But if you want
Or
to hide
12.
in there for that long, then so be it.
Well, how long has it been? It's been.
Um,
If it was an hour and a half, we just did an hour and a half in
You've
the
been
other
awake
room. So
for
it's-
about 3-4 hours, maybe, I would say,
oh,
right?
Jeez.
more than that.
I
Right?
hope
We took a
so.
long rest forever ago.
We took the
I
long
am
rest.
so hurt.
It's like 2 parts.
We went
ago.
all the way down. Must have been like at least 8 because we went all the way down to level 5.
Did you guys long rest the week I wasn't here, or
No.
was our last long
No.
rest?
We've all-
Our last long rest was in Papa Zoltl's room. Then
Well,
Yeah, we've had like 10 encounters.
the argument's kind of mute anyway, because if you wanted to wait out the time, you could do, right? It's nothing stopping you from just going, we wait another 2 hours till it's 24 hours, and then take the 8-hour. So this
I
kind
would-
of argument's mute anyway.
I think we should take. We've gotten Withers out of the picture. This is our best. Like before, there's reinforcements. He can't send. I think this is our best chance to try to take a long rest and do the things that we maybe have. Yeah. Any prep stuff we want to do?
100%.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah,
Question
but
before you enact this plan. Carrick, do you have the ruby dust for
I do
non-detection? You do? Okay.
because we got all those gems, and I specifically got rubies from the tabaxi and the upside down boat back in Chult.
I see 300 gold pieces of diamond dust on your sheet.
Yeah, and we just in the jewels that we got from the tabaxi that was with all the little plant creatures. We traded him for.
So how much have you got of it? Is it enough?
Yep, it was 250 gold rubies.
Okay, all right then. I believe you. I'll take your word for it. In that case, then you do have.
Because there
enough
was like
to
and
craft
we have a shit ton of
5
other
more.
gems too. I think we swapped him some stuff for some stuff.
Pinch of diamond dust. Oh, sorry. You're casting non-detection, aren't you?
Yeah, I think ruby dust is for
Something else.
eternal
I'm
flame.
getting confused. It's
it's
diamond
for the
dust for non-detection, which you've got tons of. So yeah, that's
tons
fine.
of. Yeah.
All right, I'll change that on your sheet, so
Thank
you
you.
don't have to worry about it. Okay, cool. So you make your way back into the room, and you're casting that on what?
The space. It's a 10-foot space.
Let me check the spell.
It can be one creature or a 10-foot by 10-foot space.
Are you good to assume that Revire kind of ferries everyone back and forth? as
Yeah,
needed?
that is not a
And-
problem with the jump
and-
distance
and-
you've got.
And Withers
And
Withers' corpse.
I'll take that too.
Wow, I think literally you cracked it with that 26 investigation or perception. Like you said yourself, it's almost too perfect for a non-detection plus tiny hut combo. All right, you clamber all in. I'll drag your tokens in. It is a squeeze. There's like 5. No, how many of they are you in here? 6.
It's not.
Yeah, there's 6 of you in here. Vaughn is the only outlier, and he is unable to squeeze in here unless you have a spell that can do something to magically.
I don't
Do
think I
something.
have that.
Oh, could you imagine a reduced form though?
Oh my god. It's that medium-sized form. I'm trying to think of a way we could hide him. I'll think of that later.
Okay, what is your orders to Vaughn in that case? Do you want him
Vorn,
to wait outside, or do you want him to go somewhere else, or what?
where would be a good spot to hide him?
I know what I can do.
Vorn will take all the tridents and go through the waterfall,
Okay.
because that way something needs a trident to get through the waterfall, and he's got all the tridents.
Understood. And after he gets there, and you hear him complete the kind of order.
If
What
he gets
next?
in
And
trouble,
then-
can he
and then-
tell you?
Yeah, Vorn. And if you get in trouble, please communicate. And if you're low on life, you may use the healing word that's in you for yourself.
All right. There is a metallic guardian with 2 tridents standing through a curtain of water, waiting for
Looking
his.
pretty
Looking-
badass.
yeah.
Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
I would say so for sure. I can
And a
imagine.
tiny umbrella hat.
Oh yeah. That kind of helps keep him dry as he goes through the curtain.
The water dripping
And
down. Very shinobi
Over the
style.
next 10 minutes, Yasin, do you cast Tiny Hut?
I cast Tiny Hat.
Alrighty. It is a tight squeeze, but you can make it in here. EQ flies to the top of the room to give you guys some space. And, of course, you can have Ignia levitate as well, creating this perfect little bubble of characters inside here.
I'll put the immovable rod, like a little bird perch, for Iku up higher.
Mm-hmm. And one thing to note is Nang Nang did not return. They are feared for quite a while, and you didn't see them when you came through here. And if you ask Vaughn if they can see them, they say no. Nang Nang is somewhere in the tomb on their own, as per that short madness.
Oh god.
So, yeah,
And they can be invisible and
they could
climb
be
on
invisible.
things.
That's very true, and they can climb around, but we'll see if that helps them. But for now, their fate is unknown as you begin to hunker down for the next 8 hours of resting period. And with the non-detection spell down, I'll say this happens about 4 hours into your rest. So, Yasin, you've had a long rest.
I was gonna do something right before we actually fully went into rested.
Yeah, let's pause for that. What do you want to do, Garrick?
I still have the height of my power. There's some stuff I could do, but
Yep.
I just wanted to offer that.
I'm just like kind of floating down to Carrick. Be like, we found this lantern. I think there's an evil entity inside it. I think it needs to be purged.
Do you want me to identify it?
No, it's conversed with me. It is definitely evil. We should empty it from the lantern and save ourselves the trouble.
Like a banishment thing?
I think hold on, thinking, brain. Like if you were to dispel
I can't banish items.
No, but you can dispel evil and good.
Yes. On the lantern?
Yes.
Does it need to be a... Okay. I will... Let me just read the spell. It's a thing that... I thought I kind of cast it at... Okay, yeah, I will cast that.
Just before you do, roll a... what's the word? Arcana check.
Okay. Alex, Archival, would you mind?
Okay, 25. So banishment, you're right, doesn't quite work like that, but a dispel good and evil would.
I have some powdered silver too.
So you can
But I
cast
guess I
that
don't.
spell.
Yeah, or I could make holy water if we needed to, but
Okay.
yeah.
And have you got that spell prepared?
I do, but that's what I have prepared, because if it's what we could swap out trickster
One
gods
of
with.
the trickster
if,
gods.
if,
Okay, that's quite
if we
clever,
wanted.
actually. So, yes, you do have the means necessary to do what Igni is trying to describe to you.
So I do the.
Yeah, just click that into the chat, and I'll have a read of it before.
So I cast it, and it's dismissal part of that.
Correct. Yeah, just could you? I'll click it into the chat. Hold on.
Yeah.
Dispel evil and good. There it is.
I don't have my sheet.
That's fine. It consumes the spell set. You have 1/5. Well, okay, there it is. Oh shit! I clicked Greater Restoration. Of course I did. My bad.
It's healed now. Be healed.
Yes, that's what you asked for, right? No. All right, here we go. There it is.
Are you sure, Ignir? This is what you want?
I feel very strongly about this. Yes.
This is interesting seeing you have feelings. This is
Yes,
good.
especially regarding evil things. Surely you could, I don't know, eat that and give away a part of yourself for I don't know, couple of cantrips and a bag of chips or something.
Speaking of cantrips, Yasin, I've been, I've been looking at these wizard books, and they're pretty cool.
Okay.
I'd love in our 2 hours before our long rest, maybe you could. I mean, just out of curiosity's sake.
How to... Sorry,
Sorry,
Chris.
No, I'm interrupting. Go ahead.
You mean you want to learn how to read magic?
Yeah, as you know,
nerd.
big fan of the arcane.
Sorry, I've just always wanted...
Wongo just stuns Yasin through the...
I'm sorry. I've always wanted to be on the other side of that, that's all.
Oh, you get what you deserve.
Yep. Okay, fair enough. Sure. Well, let's start with the basics, shall we? Something you already know. Mage hand. Etc.
Oh, yeah.
All right. After you cast the spell, you hear a feminine elven voice speaking in Elvish. And it says, oh God, what does it say? Oh my lord. Okay. It says, no. And in Elvish, it seems to be calling out. And it's this. Nandiria non the band. Saying something about the Company of the Yellow Banner. And how this wasn't their quest. This wasn't their quest.
What?
And
insight check on the voice.
The voice is fast fading. And as it disperses, you can roll an insight check. Go ahead.
You wouldn't mind doing that for me?
Okay. This is the sound of a spirit being... It has worked, by the way. They have been released from the lantern. That doesn't mean you've destroyed the spirit. That simply means that they have no longer got an anchor to which they are attached. And so what instead is happening is there is terror in their voice. There is the sound of despair. And the fact that this wasn't the Yellow Banner's quest makes it sound like she was here with them, doing something. A mission that she said involved her and the lantern. And from the sound of the insight at the very end, the sound of her voice rather, with your insight check, you hear this sound of the voice falling. It doesn't fade away and disperse up into rapture. It isn't like claimed into some heaven. You hear the voice fading and falling, like it is being sucked towards something. And it's like, no! And it's gone before you even have a chance to ask a question.
Whoa. In Carrick's mind.
And that is all in Elvish. So yeah.
Yeah. in Carrick's mind palace, the Elvish wing of language that's there.
You got
like,
Elvish back, didn't you, somehow?
I do, yeah. It's like
Yeah, you lost it at one point.
The refurnished Elvish is like kind of like all like remembering those words, and then like this little flash of like an emotional reaction starts to rise, and then as Wongo just like smashes like smashes that, like as that starts to form, and the concern for the well-being of that entity is
squashed.
Not squashed.
It's quashed. Is that the word? It's quashed by the Wongo, like,
Ooh, she fell somewhere. Probably got sucked into the soulmonger. Good job.
He mentally high-fives you.
That was fun.
It's just like a
Now smash the lantern.
No, Wongo. Yeah, Carrick is kind of like witnessing this kind of happen within himself, and just kind of like the high five is just a stony, like his hand is just there outstretched after he's like cast the spell, and Wongo, and it just keeps it there, and Wongo like high fives that, but like there's no reaction, there's no movement. It's just like a little bit of a stony.
Yeah,
no reaction.
You're kind of a bit paralyzed in place. It's just sort of
like there's there's a nothing, an absence of a void of feeling where he kind of recognizes where maybe there should have been, and just
I like that imagery. That's cool.
And hands the lantern to Ignir.
All right. The lantern is back in your possession, Ignir. And
thank you, Carrick.
You still feel attuned to it as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Carrick. It was important to me.
We're all in this together.
All right. With that, then, the next hour or two goes by, and as mentioned earlier, Yasin, you complete a long rest if you're the first to take it. I know you two elves kind of alternate, don't you, taking watches?
I would let Revia go first. She's
okay. That's fine. Then we'll flip it around. So, Revia, you complete your long rest.
I'm so hurt.
Yeah, that does make sense. Sorry. So that's why. Anyway, I'll give you that option. Revia, you complete your long rest, and it's at this point, Carrick, you're waking up, as you can hear.
Oh, Vorn is under attack.
Under attack.
It seems as though that's the messages. It doesn't sound like a yes or no. It's kind of almost like this warning sound, like either that or it's like the theme to Blind Date. You don't know.
He can't do damage to to the walking the guardians.
Okay.
So I'll wake up. I still want to keep my long rest. Revia, would you mind just going and checking on him?
Yeah, I will shimmy through here. Assuming it's dark, I should be.
If I cast any spell, does that stop my long rest? I don't know how this works actually.
It's a period of it's a period of like 1 hour of strenuous movement. And I think you can cast a spell. Let me check. It's complicated.
I'll just, I mean, if I can, I was just gonna cast bless on Revia. It's just like bless you as I like tuck back to sleep.
Carrick, didn't Vorn take both the tridents?
It's an hour of casting spells. That's what it says.
Okay, yeah, I'll cast bless. Yep, he has both both tridents. So I'll tell him, Vorn, come back to the entrance. Come back to the entrance and Revia will meet you to take care of business.
Oh no. No. Shuffle my way back through the crawl space to here and wait for Vorn. Or just try and poke my head out and see what's happening.
Okay.
Check on sweet baby boy. Make sure he's okay.
Alrighty. Just gonna check something. You should be able to see actually through if you can actually move your token around.
Yeah, it won't let me go into the tiny crawl space, so I'll just.
Of course, that's the tricky part.
Yeah,
Alrighty,
it's like
I'll move you.
colliding with a wall, and I'm like, no, I'm trying not to
Yeah.
collide with the wall.
You need my assistance to get you unstuck.
Yes, please.
Alrighty, here you go. Go around and okay. So what the heck do you see?
What the fuck do I see?
I'll just pause it right there real quick. Okay. You see some figures standing there. They look... One of them's kind of hunched and their back is turned to you. Their hair is done up tightly in a bun of old greyish looking hair. The other one is
God damn it.
kind of more emaciated. She is walking around on a peg leg. And you can see there's some sort of weird wispy smoke coming from either side of her ears. And on the other side, Vaughn is visible, so I'll open it. And on the other side, a third figure stands. They have a bag over their head, and a small asp is coiling its way through, poking it out of a hole. There is also one of them is in the midst of casting a spell. What do you do?
What's the extent of my flaw? How
Oh, right.
how reckless am I with my own safety? Is the
Well,
question.
it says, I'll quote, "I am fearless and not afraid to take great risks."
Oh God.
Now, that just means that you're basically urged to. If you think Revia is smart enough, nay, dumb enough maybe, to go in there, that's up to you. You do not have to abide by the flaw, but if you do, you're really embracing the flaw, and you're actually taking into account what you feel a possessed Revia would do. And you would get inspiration if you definitely acted reckless in this moment.
This is so annoying because non-possessed Revia would want to help Vorn, but possessed Revia is probably more likely to help him.
Would they? Do they have any light in there?
Light? Let me check. The only light is coming from that kind of wispy smoke coming from the ears of this haggard, withered-looking woman.
Okay, so it's dark in here.
I would say, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Very, very dark.
And there's two on this side of the water and one over there.
That's right, yeah.
I'm going to run into the wall and try and trigger the tidal wave trap.
You're mad. But
Dope.
you can have an inspiration for that, because that is one hell of a triumphant. You just hear Kuvasan say, "Fiends, charge!" And yeah, you literally leap towards them, and we're gonna have.
So how
In the
did were
moment-
they on the? So they followed. They're following Vorn as he's walking back through.
Vaughn is like backing up, right? Because, like you said, stay out of danger. You kind of told him, so he's kind of
Right, but-
backing up.
But he
and one of
started
them
because he
started.
started out on the other. He started out on the other side of the waterfall, right?
He would have.
And so
then
somehow
he's
they
backed
got
away.
in there already. Okay. Okay.
No, correct. Yes, you are correct. Somehow they got through here, and you didn't hear the triggering of this trap. No. So Revire, you kind of got a surprise around on them because you're stealth and you're invisible to them as well. And at the moment you jump through, we'll have everyone kind of roll initiative and we'll go from there. So Baggy, Peggy, and Widow. And finally, the Shield Guardian. Okay, yeah, you would be up first. So you trigger the trap by diving through like an absolute mad lad. Let's see what you can get on the strength saving throw. As, of course, a tidal wave explodes. But there is one who's not going to be affected. She's on the
Yeah,
other
I know.
side.
24.
24, yeah, you just stand there and take it. From the looks of things, it's still half damage.
So,
Let me check. 31. Okay. It is 46 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And you're rolling privately, my bad.
So it's 46 half.
Let's just check it. It is half.
46. I thought you said 46, and I'm like, fuck, okay.
Takes 46 and is swept away. Nope, you do not take half on this occasion. Wait, creatures it saves takes half. Sorry, there we go. You do fall prone as a result, so you only take 6 points of damage. You get knocked down off your feet. The tidal wave sweeps up the two hags. Ah, what the?
Okay.
Who are you? Ah,
I still have something I want to do. That's okay.
I'm gonna see what they're probably gonna fail, but I want to just check what they get on their saves. Strength. Yeah, okay. Oh wow, okay, hold up. And the other one okay, the other one does get swept away and gets cracked up against the side. The other one next to you somehow manages to pass. It's the more kind of what's the word? Chunky hag, yeah. She is not swept off, but the peg-legged one, she's gone.
Okay. And
Curse you, peg leg! Alright, what do you want to do as well as your action?
And I assume just running at it was just movement.
That's right, yeah, you still got an action.
I have an extra 10 feet of movement with my first round, so I should be able to use my movement to get up.
Yep.
I would like to. So this one's just chilling over here.
She's prone, knocked into the
one's
corner.
This one's prone beside me.
Yep.
Cool.
The other one turns around and you.
Invisible.
I remember you.
Can't you see me?
She can see you through the translucent kind of glowiness, and you notice, by the way, she's got a bag over her head, so she must have some sort of extrasensory vision, unlike her brethren. In fact, actually, one on the floor also had coins over her eyes. So they're clearly extraordinary, but somehow this one with the bag over her head does see you. She maybe she maybe even recognizes your scent as she brings up a small tuft of hair to the bag, and you can see the bag inhale. Yes, so sweet.
Step away from my robot. And I'm going to stab the one that's on the ground.
Oh, okay. Roll a hit. Actually,
With
let me just-
advantage because they're prone and they can't
Yeah.
see me.
Right. For this one, yes, you do have advantage. You can
Would
target
I-
this with
Would I have advantage on all hits because they're prone? Or
Yeah.
just the first one?
yeah.
No, all of them.
Okay.
Let me just showing something real quick so that you can actually represent. Okay, go. You can target her now.
Okay.
You're blessed for whatever it
Did that
matters
work?
too.
Thank you. Did that work? Am I targeting her?
It looks like no. What the heck?
It
This one
doesn't
right
look
here,
like
yeah?
that the tokens are attached to any actor data.
Oh, they should be now. Oh, what?
My Foundry's
wait,
frozen.
update.
That's probably it.
I've updated it, so it should be. But it didn't. Alright, what the fuck?
You just
Yeah, it won't.
drag
Oh,
new
there you
ones
go.
out of
There we
the...
go.
No, I can do everything apart from move the map. Or,
Okay, you
like,
might want to
target-
refresh real quick.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds.
Is Vorn on? I can't see it. Is Vorn on initiative as well?
He is. He's on 12.
Yeah. And I guess I suppose I'd like to goad the one on the other side into paying more attention to me than Vorn. Because I'm about to start stabbing her ally, I guess.
Okay. She's the one actually in the midst of casting the spell I mentioned. So we'll see if he suddenly redirects it towards you.
Yep.
Because you're definitely more of a threat. That's a natural 20. Critter.
Is
Ow.
3, 4, Dread Ambusher.
Ow. Jesus. Stabbing the crap out of her.
23, 30, 44.
I don't know why you have a liking for this one, Baggy. She's a monster.
After that, I don't think even she wants to stick around. Nope. On her turn, she is going to suddenly meld away, and her form becomes liquid like the water around her, and it swirls up. And as it splashes her, she disappears from sight completely. Just a splash is left in her wake. That's her action. Vaughn's go.
Vorn will just, if Kivil, if you wouldn't mind, just, yeah. He's gonna be kind of just. I told him to come back, but he'd also be. His like standing orders were like to defend himself. So
Okay,
he'd kind of be coming back, and then he would just. So there's one that's prone on the ground there, or is that one gone?
The one on the ground is about 40 foot away from you, and the other one on the ground has disappeared completely.
Okay.
And there's one in between Vorn and Revia.
And you don't hear like. Sorry to interrupt. You don't hear the splashing of footsteps either. It was like she literally teleported of some sort.
Right. Yeah, he'll just go to the one that's next to Revia, in between him and Revia, and just do 2 fist attacks, if you don't mind.
Alrighty. Yeah, go ahead.
Or whoever.
Okay, so let me just sort out all these tokens. That first hit does connect. The second one kind of wafts over the top of her head. And she seems to be almost snake-like in her way. She dodges it, like a cobra veering out of the way in time. Okay.
Yeah, and he'll just kind of he'll just get back to get close to Revia.
Okay. I will roll a quick con save. Okay, she holds the spell she was about to do. Okay. Revia, that one. Okay, we're down to her turn actually. So yeah, Revia does seem like more of a threat. I might end up using this on you. Okay.
We don't know what she was targeting Vorn with, but she was targeting him.
She was about to unleash some sort of spell on Vorn, yeah, but we're going to switch that up now. Purely because Revia just showed her strength in torrents, we shall say. Then, in that case, Revia, you can make a wisdom saving throw instead.
You're blessed.
9.
And
9.
didn't you have inspiration?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
need to use that before, don't I? Can I use it
You-
for this?
You kind of no. You can. Oh, sorry. Your inspiration. You would have. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Plus a d4.
Is this a charm or a frightened condition?
It can be many a condition, depending on if you fail or not. But on this
'Cause if
one,
it's charmed or frightened, I have advantage because I'm an elf.
okay. It is a frighten effect.
Okay. That's an 11.
Oh. Plus
Okay.
4.
Plus a d4.
I'm just sure. 15?
15. Okay. It is literally the DC. So you
Nice.
just made it thanks to the blur. Flipping out. All right. That's a good number to know as well. Now that you know the Coven's magic. She looks at you and it's like, God, damn it all. You've grown more wily than the last time we met. So be it. She begins to turn around and maneuvers, but doesn't go out of range of Vaughn. 5, 10, 15. She goes about there. Okay, that's her go. The last one, who's down in the corner, splattering out water from her mouth. I hate the elements. You. Stop there. Do not interfere any longer, little girlie. And you see her pull out some sort of glass vial, and she pulls out a cork, and she points the vial towards you, and then plugs the other end. I need you to roll another wisdom save.
Okay.
So how does
And-
inspiration work? You have to like say it.
Yeah, could I
beforehand?
please
Yeah,
use my
proactive.
inspiration to roll this
Roll with
with
advantage.
advantage?
Okay, go ahead.
2
Oh,
20s.
20. That is a save, and you feel a tightening around you, almost as if you're being squeezed into a bottle. But before the cork is placed on top, you suddenly conjure up the strength and punch the cork into pieces. And she looks down, "Gah!" And in her frustration, she clenches the glass. It shatters in her hand, and you can see blood drip into the water and dilute. Ha! She sprints away. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's gone. Back to you, Revile, I think.
Okay, shit. I can't get through. Yeah, from my knowledge, I can't cross without.
Not without a trident.
Back.
But Vorn's making his way to you.
Yeah, I would like to hold my action then to grab a trident when Vorn hands it to me and step through
Okay.
onto the other side.
Alright. We skip over and go to Vaughn's go.
Yeah, Vorn's instructions were to get to Revia, come back to Revia. So he will just do 2 parting fist attacks.
Okay. She gives you a parting claw in return.
Yeah.
And she slices across the metal for 14 points of slashing damage. She
Good to know,
is
good
no
to know.
slouch in melee, it seems. And she even blocks the other fist with both her like hands. You see one of the asps in the hood actually kind of like bats away the fist. But yeah, you do get
Did the-
half and 2 Revire in the end if you want to go there.
Did I get both fist attacks there?
Yeah, both missed. Yeah,
Okay.
she's
rough.
too wily.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'll carrying the 2 tridents. Yeah, just kind of barrel through and into Revia.
And I'll, as it's passing, grab hold of one, and I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's his turn. She goes up and she says, "Ladies, don't leave me here." and she's
Oh,
trying to.
Vorn will also just keep will just continue to alarm bell, just ding 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 ding
Yep,
ding 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 ding.
constantly, yeah.
So Carrick is not. I mean, we can, seeing how this goes, but like, yeah,
Yeah,
he's not
Carrick
gonna be
is
able
still
to.
deep in meditation, still on half health. But at the very least, Carrick has alerted everyone in there. And as this one walks towards the curtain of water, Avaya, you see that her form begins to contort, twist, and is sucked into the bag. And as the bag is like completely pummeled with her form, the bag also splashes through the water and completely disappears. It's just as she was about to step through. Seems as though she doesn't come out the other side, at the very least. Mm-hmm. And for the next ominous moment, you don't see her return. It would come back around to you, Revire. What do you do?
Yeah, I guess just perception, see if there's anything that might indicate that they're still there in some capacity.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
22.
You can hear the faint footsteps rushing down the hallway the way they came. And you can swear you can hear some sort of voice. But what languages? I'll just check your languages. You have no idea what they're saying. It sounds like guttural. It sounds like the slapping of something wet and sickly. Almost like they're using their tongue as a, I don't know, some sort of instrument rather than a language. But it sounds like they're speaking something.
Right, 35 feet to get to here and just have a peek down and check.
Okay, you see this hag here. She is running past, and as she's speaking, she seems to be directing her voice towards the sludge, and she's going. And then she comes around the corner. You see several eyes pop up, opening on the sludge.
Okay. They just chilling there. They're looking threatening. These threatening eyes. These angry eyes.
You wait just a moment, and they begin to look towards you.
Cool. This is fine. They just... I guess it's like a kind of tentative wait and... I guess kind of move myself side to side, see if they follow a little bit.
They do, yeah. They just eye you up eerily. But it seems Kubazan voices his opinion.
Ha! Cowards! They run away in fear. Some battles are won simply by the display of sheer strength.
That was so stupid. That was
Yeah, you feel yourself just get just big metal hug.
Yeah, I will hug Vorn and I will sort his umbrella hat because sweet baby boy does not need to be ganged up on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll probably just wait a couple of minutes before.
Vorn stops during the alarm sound.
But then again, I don't really. But they wouldn't have known where I came from.
Yeah, you came out of the goddamn shadows.
Yeah. So I don't really want these eyes knowing that I'm about to dive back through here.
Okay. Well,
so I guess I'm gonna set up camp.
right. Okay. Fair enough. You're now keeping Vaughn company for the next 4 hours.
Yeah.
The eyes seem to.
I
more
wouldn't
and
come back to
more
fuck
appear.
with you.
Yeah, no thanks. You nearly half-elfed one of them in one singular turn. And as soon as one ran, it seemed the others had this kind of sheep-like mentality and all began to sprint away. and you can even give me an insight check real quick. In the way that that last one, Baggy said her line, "I need you." Yeah, almost as if that she was powerless without them, is how you kind of interpreted that.
Okay.
Like they rely on each other, but who knows to what extent. Regardless, it seems as though they covered their retreat with these eyes, and although they watch you eerily, they don't seem to make any move against you, so long as you stay here.
Yeah, I think every so often I'll just move, check if they're still watching me.
Hmm.
Anything I can find in the water, chuck it like in between the sludge, see if it causes a reaction, because I can't exactly have
Okay.
chats with Vorn.
Sure, alright, you chuck something over there, yeah?
Yeah, in the not in the sludge. Like
What
in
what
the
are you chucking? Some sludge of itself.
just anything that I can find in the water. I guess it's if there's any sort of pebbly bits and bobs.
There's weapons on the handles. You could chuck one of those. That's up to you. There's not really pebbles or anything though. Quite clean through here.
Smallest
Tell you what,
weapon.
give me a perception check as you kind of look for something to throw.
What's worth checking over here?
Hmm. You're looking for specifically a pebble, so I'll
Just
give you advantage as well,
like
because there
small.
might be a pebble here.
Or
Okay.
all the gold
Oh
coins
god,
that we
sorry,
have
that
that
was
we're
a
not going to
19.
use.
19, that's much better. Okay, this is what you find. Exactly what you was looking for. A pebble.
Yeah.
Except it's a little bit more than a pebble. Hold on. Let me just reveal it. There you go. You feel around and you find there is a false wall in the bottom of the eagle's depiction, the eagle-headed humanoid. And you find a small round pebble about 1 inch in diameter. Except it's perfectly round and spherical.
Yeah, I remember the one on the other side. Iku touched it and she was fine, wasn't she?
She was fine. She didn't seem to find any kind of weirdness about it. But
And then
she did notice that the eyes followed it.
yeah, we'll yoink this pebble then.
Okay, you grab it.
And go back to Vorn, and I would like to chuck it here.
All of the eyes follow it.
Did they stay on it?
They do. They all stay on it.
I will dive back in while they're looking away.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, sure. Clever use of that little thing. All right, you come back to the others. Revia returns. She is completely unharmed, aside from maybe just what did you take? 6 bludgeoning, didn't you?
Yeah, soaked head to toe. But
Yeah, you're fine.
Carrick kind of looks up. Oh, is it bath time?
go back to sleep. You can have one when you're up.
No. Just
Hmm.
clutching his holy symbol.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
just
next
go
4
down.
hours will also go by, so you guys can complete a long rest.
Oh my god, it's a miracle.
Level
Goddamn
up.
miracle.
That was insane.
Oh my god,
You're absolutely insane, Kirsty.
I know.
Um,
Oh my god.
Chris, quick question.
Yep.
Now that the lantern's empty, I don't remember exactly what I have to do.
Okay, I think, yeah, I do want to actually take you into the other chat. Because something does happen. Whoop! You guys finish your long rest and prepare your spells. Just do your thing.
And level up?
Ah.
Wow. That
That was
was
such a
the
stupid
craziest.
idea. I'm so sorry. That was so dumb.
That was
No,
dope. It
it
was
worked
perfect.
out so great. I mean, you could have, yeah. Yeah, that was epic. That was really, really cool. I was worried that, I mean, it was if they were, I thought there were gonna be more guardians that were gonna come and fuck him up, because you'd be able to just like,
If it was Guardians,
because
easy
yeah,
peasy.
but the fact that Vorn could help out and do a little bit of damage too, like
Mhm.
he, you know, he regenerates enough health that he'd probably be okay.
Yeah. I suppose
I
that's the
don't-
good
I-
thing about hags, because like if you get rid of one hag, that completely
Yeah.
weakens the
The oof, that's scary. But yeah, nice to know that they are not like
they have separation anxiety.
invincible kind of separation
Yeah.
anxiety, and that like they're, yeah, I think we've shown after downing Withers in one easy round that our burst damage is able to be
Yeah.
pretty
pretty
extensive.
good. Yeah, I think if we get into a fight with them, we'll need to just focus on one of them.
Yeah, with hags, silence is the key.
Yeah, so we can't do
Which is
anything.
already, like, I already always have silence prepared, because
that's like
that's our
bread and
move.
butter. Yeah.
But maybe putting silence into Vorn instead of a healing thing, just so we get 2.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Because the thing is, I can ritually cast silence, so it doesn't even use a spell slot to put it into him.
Nice.
Awesome. That's a good idea.
You just dove in. That's genius.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. I feel like I was maybe playing a bit too hard on that flaw there, but I know I didn't want anything kind of happen to Vorn. Hags are mean.
I don't know what they were gonna do to him.
Well,
That was weird.
yeah, well, I had to make 2 wisdom saves. The one against Baggy. There was
So
a
that's like,
thing.
so that's just like they can dimension door out, or they can go ethereal, or what's the
They can
deal
go
there?
into the ethereal
Like
plane.
stone. Okay, so they could really get to us anywhere.
Yeah, because like we were on Sunday in Cursistrad, we were going against hags, and I can't remember what it's called, but hags have like a stone or something that they can just boop into the ethereal plane with, just in and out freely. It's like a hearth.
It's a stone that they carry. That's interesting.
I mean,
That's
I
very interesting.
I don't really want to go rooting about in their pockets, though.
No. But is that like the only thing they carry, pretty much? I guess they carry lots of shit.
I'm not sure. I think it depends.
I'm just thinking I could, in a, like, if that's their getaway thing, then they could. Never mind. I'll talk about it later.
You
Conspiracy.
always do this. You always do this. All right. At the end of the short rest, or long rest, you fully recovered? Oh, let's do characters for him real quick. Long rest. Bada bing. Bada boom. Done. Okay. And yes, and if you want, double click the long rest button just so that you've got full hit dice. Because I know you were on.
Oh yes.
You were on 7 out of 9 or something. There you go.
And actually, when you long rest me, can you subtract 1 maximum hit point?
Okay. Yeah, that's the last little caveat.
Oh, yes.
1 hit point from Carrick and 1 from Justin as well. But hey, you've got all 9 hit dice back, which is stellar.
That was a long day. I mean, we accomplished a lot in that one day.
I'm pretty chuffed that we scored all Withers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Oh yeah.
was
I guess the other
Oh,
thing I would have
man.
done in that like 2 hours before we took our long rest would just be to ritually cast Identify on his amulet.
Which one was that?
The Withers'
Okay.
amulet
All right.
that he
Yeah.
put the jade teeth.
Yes.
spells.
So about that, you're going to be sorely disappointed. The amulet does indeed contain a powerful teleportation magic. It does not require line of sight and you can teleport to anywhere within the tomb. However, it is only able to be controlled by Withers himself.
What?
That's
Yep.
so annoying.
And each time he uses it, one of the emerald teeth is turned to dust. And you can see he's used it a couple of times in a pinch. And yeah, I'm just surprised he did enough damage to kill him in that one moment.
They didn't have that many hit points.
He didn't, it's true. But
Did he have a spell book on him?
he would have, in fact. So a little retcon, you could have got his spellbook for one.
Cool.
And if you wanted to look through it, I can print screen or copy paste the
Yeah,
spell list for you.
Please.
One thing you notice, however, is in this spellbook, there's a page of notes as well. One that he's kept separate to his usual diaries and journal. Looks like he tried to secret away, maybe even perhaps from a Serac himself. But do you wish to read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nerdy boys, spell books.
That is
All
his
about it.
full spell list. There was also Shield on there, which I added myself, but I got counted, so rest in peace with us. Okay, what is it? I've got to find it. Give me a second. As you muse over that. Dungeon Perception 28. Okay. Here it is. It says, "The Master returns with a marvelous gift, a cast-off creation of the god, dead, and yet not dead. I have done my research, done my scrying in the pools, and it would seem even the all-seeing is blind to its existence. And the Mother of Illusions, even she looks past it. Though I imagine she would come looking at some point. Such sweet irony. The Master hopes to raise the creature to power by glutting it on soul. The Master has brought the Stone Sisters here to nurse it, and to help build this device needed to feed it. As for me, I'm only certain we shall one day come to an end. I owe the Master much for the time he has given me. I can only work harder in the little time that remains for this world." And the All-Seeing and Mother of Illusions are capitalized as if they are names of people, or even perhaps beings.
Would Savras be the all-seeing? Would that be like another?
How astute of
synonym?
you! The All-Seeing is indeed one of the many known names of Savras. He is called many names, but the All-Seeing is one of them. What else does he go by? Let's have a look. The All-Seeing, He of the Third Eye, Lord of Divination. He is an incredibly powerful god, and you know him as once a mortal wizard of Halura. He rose to demigod status long time ago.
Carrick makes note of that mentally.
Yes, you've recently seen Savras, although he didn't seem to give you the time of day. He just stared at you blankly. Almost as if he was ignoring your plea for help.
That left me on red.
Yeah, he picked up the call and left it there, like you just hear her breathing down the phone. It's not that creepy, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same effect. And as for the other one, that one you're maybe not too familiar with, and I would require a religion check. The Mother of Illusions.
I can't roll, but if anybody wants to roll for me,
Yeah, Kivil, why didn't you roll for him?
come on.
Because we rolled the same number.
Okay. 20 is pretty damn good. You do know this. The Lady of Mysteries, the Mother of all magic, Our Lady of Spells, is otherwise
Maestra?
known as Mystra,
Mistra.
a greater deity of magic. And her domain quite literally is the weave itself, the thing that all magic and spells are derived from. She's incredibly mysterious, and her form is not well known by many. The only symbol she represents is some sort of like blue star encircled with a ring. And what else? Maybe a little bit of history, but we won't go too much. Little is known of her acts throughout the world, but her deeds are as follows. She established the title of Magister to one master of the art of magic, effectively. So she was incredibly powerful when she was in a mortal form, because yes, like Savras, she at one point was a normal human being, just like the rest of us. It's even rumored that she was perhaps a beautiful peasant girl, and that was just when she was beginning her studies. But anyway, Mr. rewarded self-sacrifice to wandering wizards. She was known to like come in at the very last moment, sort of rescuing several powerful wizards from death when they made a self-sacrifice. What else? It is known that necromancers even accepted offers to become chosen of Mystra, because she doesn't see necromancy as an evil form of magic. She sees it as potentially a knowledge base that can tap into more magic. That's all she is concerned about, is the progress and understanding of magic, but to a degree, because I believe it's her that actually intervened when mortals became too powerful. We're talking about unlocking 10th level and 11th level spells. I think, if my lore is on point, that it's actually Mystra who capped and handicapped the mortal race by imprisoning. Well, not imprisoning. I'm not sure on exactly the law, but I'm pretty sure it's her that effectively stopped mortals from becoming their own demise. Because it's the classic kind of story of human races becoming too powerful and being undone by that own power. 10th level spells can shape reality, can destroy worlds, and so to stop them from being their own destruction, she effectively capped magic so that the weave could only be accessed up to a certain level. And then the last piece of lore, which I'll touch on, is the kind of end or mysterious disappearance of her. Many houses and many churches of her, or temples dedicated to her, reported that Mystra suddenly went silent on them after a long, long time. I believe it was around 1358 DR. And some say that she had done her duty to the world, preventing it from being blown up, and then retreated. And other rumors suggest that she was imprisoned by her old nemesis, Bane. Bane being,
As
of course,
in-
the...
You merely adopted the dark.
Yeah, that guy, the Black Lord of Darkness.
You merely
AKA
adopted the weave. I was
the-
born in it.
the Black Hand. You've actually encountered imagery of this god within this campaign. The Zents. Do you remember?
Remember the Gentarum? I didn't realize they were attached to a god.
They had weird. I think we rumored that one of them seemed to be in worship to them, and you used that as leverage to try and say, "Hey, look at these guys; they're bad." I think the biggest tell was when Ignis shook hands with one on the boat. He actually had kind of this inky tattoo over the palm of his hand. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Alright.
I remember taking notes about that. There was
Okay.
something
All I
about-
remember was that I had to. He was very persuasive.
Yeah, he was. You came literally. You came like a brisk brush with the Zents, but you avoided any trouble. I think you paid them off or something. But yeah. All right.
Yeah, we gave them some heads.
That's right. That's enough of a lore drop for now, lore dump. But it seems as though they are referenced in this journal page, talking about some sort of thing that a Sararak brought back from the beyond.
Well, shall we get to more dungeon delving?
Yeah.
Iku says, yes, me too. Not dally for your withering away.
Have we adjusted Vaughn's hit points back up?
I'll do that for you.
His max was
140.
reduced.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
his max is
128?
142. I think it's 142, but
Yeah, okay. Hold on a second. What's this from, first of all?
It was the Wraith?
Right.
yeah, the all the white
Okay.
things.
There is something you're about to learn very, very painful about this module. As you see Vaughn in the morning, or at least you assume it's morning, it's a little bit, I guess, disorientating not seeing the sun. But as you come around, you feel rested. But Vaughn still has the kind of scrapes and dents of where that wraith absorbed the life from him. And
I
it's just
thought
a
we
faint...
did that 2 sessions ago. I thought Iku did a greater restoration on him.
Did they? 2 sessions ago.
Well, I mean 2 weeks
right.
ago. Sorry,
2 weeks ago.
because that was
right.
yeah, I'm pretty sure he was back. He was on full.
Okay. If you say so.
Because that was the whole thing. It was like we just spent a greater restoration. And he was about to get banished, and I was like, oh no. But because greater restoration, remember we were talking about it does restore to any hit point.
Yeah, did you cast that or was that Iku?
Iku did it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I didn't. I know I definitely did it, but we talked about it. So
Okay. All right then. So what's that damage which he's got from right now? Is that from something else?
just 6 damage from, or however much damage from the hags. That 14
that's
damage
one.
that he
That was
took.
from the claw attack. Okay, cool. Then we're all caught up to speed. He is on 142. You're fine.
And quickly just to chip in there, I cast Mage Armor, I top up everyone's water breathing. And I like to cast Find Familiar.
Okay. Cool. You have got Rufus back into your part. Rufus has joined the party.
Yay.
Let me grab
Party
him.
now.
But as what?
Yeah,
now.
is he coming back in? He's now. Okay.
It's too useful.
Can't fault you on that. All right. He's there.
Should
He's slapping.
should we just leave Withers in here, and we can come back and we can come back and question Withers in this room if we want to later.
some point, sure. Iku points out he came through somewhere as well. He looked like he came down a set of stairs. There's
Yes,
more to this level.
more to the other side of this chamber.
And if we are being systematic, that is perhaps maybe one of the last locations in this place.
I have a thought.
Oh wait,
Hmm?
so Nang Nang is gone, so that means the skull is gone.
Yep,
Nang Nang's
Yake has not been
token
around.
is here. Is that a mistake?
Who's? Oh, Nang Nang, sorry. Yeah, that should have been invisible. Yeah, he's good. She is long gone for some reason.
Do we want me to reach out to her to tell her?
Yes. Also, I don't think leaving Withers here is a good idea. He's...
Okay.
Well, he's undead. There's nothing to stop them just raising him again. I'd suggest...
Well,
if we're going
just
to
take the
question
head.
him, we question... Yeah, that'll do.
Cool. Take the
Let's get
Withers'
hacking.
head.
yeah with his head. Put it in Vorn.
Yeah.
Good
Sure.
to go.
Well, Vaughn's on the other side of her, but yeah, you can do that.
Right.
Um,
I'll go out and I'll put that in Vorn with the he's a collection of skulls inside of him now. Skeleton.
EQ flies around as well, and as she does, she's only going to do a quick scout. She comes back and says, "Looks like our friend Withers did us a favor in revealing a secret door. There is a chamber beyond. But, didn't want to venture further. There's another statue in there.
That's very prudent, Iku. It would be absolutely crazy to go off and do stuff on your own.
I can.
Yeah.
I-
Yeah, who would do that? Ridiculous.
I feel a little bit more confident now. I have an ally within me, guiding me. To some
Imagine if you
extent.
had two. I hear it's quite the experience.
Who she got in there? Is it?
Shigombi.
No,
No, we
Shikambi
don't
we
have
need to
that one
get
yet.
still.
Apazotl? No, you've got denied that
Apazotl.
one.
No,
No, the
Who was that?
little wallop thing.
no, it's not
that's
Obalaka.
annoying. Okay, then no one. She hasn't got
Which-
anyone.
No,
What
she
am I talking
has-
about?
I thought she
Doesn't she?
did. No.
You haven't got to Shikambe or Unk, so that leaves.
No.
It's not Wongo and Nang Nang. It's not Kuba then. It's not Moa. No, she hasn't
maybe
got
she
one.
doesn't. Oh, okay.
You know why we thought that, right? It's because she went to, and then in the end,
Oh, she didn't
You
get
took it.
possessed.
you.
Or no,
took
yeah,
it.
I took it. Yeah.
That's why.
I did.
So it would have been Kuba then.
We could give her. I mean, I know it's your staff, but if she does have an affinity to Moa,
Mm-hmm. She could probably use
and
this.
staves.
And snakes.
Staves and snakes. Honestly, all of
Yeah.
that.
Because I don't really, I don't use the staff anyway. She does have a staff of striking, but I suppose she could have a staff of python as well.
double staff.
Staff.
They are versatile. What? Did you
I
with
just-
staffs?
I got a flash of... You remember that scene from The Phantom Menace? Where Qui-Gon Jinn
Yeah.
and Obi-Wan are like, lightsaber. And then Darth Maul pops out one end is like, lightsaber. And then the other end, lightsaber. The same thing with two double-ended lightsabers. That's what double-wielding staffs would be like. Anyway, should we go?
Yeah, let's go. Come on then.
Give her
So,
that staff.
you want to jump all the way across, everyone? Or are you heading back the other way? It's up to you.
Jump across.
Jump across.
Okay.
There's also
Let's
two
just grab your-
Rufuses in here.
What the deuce? Double Rufus. What does it mean?
I've got the, and I grabbed the immovable rod as well.
Okay. As you come back round to where the body of Withers should be, it's gone.
Oh, good thing we got that head.
I mean, the body of the
Mhm.
skeleton key.
And the body of the skeleton key fell off and went down into the pit below. That still seems to be there as Ravaya kind of jumps across. Yeah.
We took the body. Oh wait, we took the body in with us to the little room.
The body of what?
Of
Withers.
We took the head of the skeleton key. But now we've got
Oh,
both
sorry.
of them.
Oh, okay, sorry, the other way around, my bad. In that case, then the body would still be in that. Did you leave the body in there? Inside the
We
little...
left the body of Withers is in where we slept,
Okay,
and
sorry.
the head is in.
Getting all
Lawrence's
kinds of
chest.
confused tonight. Alright, so you come back to this place. There is indeed a secret door at the other end, but it was opened when he came through. Still seems open now.
Yes.
And up ahead, you can see a statue. And it's standing there with one hand held into the air, and the other seems to be gripping, funny enough, another staff.
And is that a little key I see around its neck?
Hmm.
Oh no, sorry, we're talking about
Not that one. You can't see
Yeah.
that one from this angle.
Rufus.
That's below in a pit. Okay. If Rufus goes in, I'll just give you the full description.
Get a
So-
3D image of the room.
Ding!
Enhance.
So a 15-foot wide, 15-foot deep pit dominates the center of this chamber. And at the bottom of the pit, you see an 8-foot tall clay figure standing motionless beside a stone treasure chest. A silver key hangs from a cord around its neck. The other thing of note is the two 9-foot tall statues that stand atop a plinth on either side of the pit. And there's a third plinth against the south wall, but it stands empty. One of the statues depicts a hooded and bearded male figure with his left hand held high, index finger pointing up. The other portrays an armored male knight, and he has his gauntleted hand, and it's the right hand, it's extended, and its palm is facing inwards towards the knight. And Carrick, you can roll me a religion check, and anyone else who's proficient in religion can roll that as well, as that information is probably given back to you guys. Everyone else, I'll just copy and paste this to the chat. 13. Okay. That's actually a pass. It was only DC 12. Okay, impressive. So these two statues, one of them depicts Azuth, god of wizardry, and the other one is very obviously Torm, god of courage and sacrifice. And I'll let you look up those as much as you want.
Okay.
But they're quite recognizable gods of the pantheon. So that's everything at just face value you can see in the room.
So they're definitely
Except
statues,
for
not
there's another
meant to reflect
hallway
people.
that extends on, and there is a door to the north of the room as well. That's everything.
What was the So we probably only have one more clue left from those the little plaques. So we've done the shadow. Oh, did we do shadow?
Oh, yeah, what wasn't the black?
We did the go forward with weapons in hand.
What was the first step? Right the gods.
That's probably this one. So we need to find a third statue and put it up there on that other plinth. Like, maybe let's look around and see if there's another statue, like a.
Yes.
Okay.
A god of wizardry. Torm. He's all fightery. God of
Yes,
robes?
he's looking at. He does look like he's clad in armor. He has a sword in one other hand. It's also made of stone.
Check for traps.
Okay. You can look around the room and start to think, feel around and look it up and down. Okay, 22. Jesus. You can't see any traps, but the small little chest at the bottom is very alluring, and the pit is, as I say, about 15 foot down, with this huge clay creature there. It is completely unmoving. You reckon there must be some sort of trigger if you potentially touched or hit the trap, or the chest rather. You don't. Yeah, you don't necessarily see any kind of obvious, like, crude traps, like a thing that would swing down from the top or pressure plates. I will say, though, this plinth does look out of place, the one which doesn't have a statue. Like, there must be a catch to it,
Yeah.
but you can't just, you just can't see anything like a pressure plate underneath it or anything above it. It doesn't look like there's anything that would clue you into a trap. And the only other thing you can see is this sludge around the room, the purplish stuff. But that has proved to be completely harmless thus far. What else? Yeah, that's for, like, looking over the room
Yeah.
and the
Okay.
actual walls and such.
Ooh. Door.
Yeah. Door.
It is a door.
I'd say let's open the door.
More goo.
Okay. The room before you is shaped like a drum or a cylinder lying on its side. The south is tapered towards the stone door that you just opened, and as you open up the door, it opens inwards, and you can actually see carvings of demons decorating the stonework, with flickering flames in their eyes. And it's actually that which is giving off light into the room as well. So as you kind of open it, light shines into the chamber you're standing.
Have we seen into this room before? Is this the one that rotates around?
It
the
does
lever?
look identical to that room, yes. But
Let's
yes,
not
and this
go.
is the third time you've seen it.
Yeah.
Let's not go in there.
Did Rufus just fly in there? Looks
Yes,
like it.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Oh no.
Mhm.
We fucked up the lever, so maybe. We fucked up the lever and then killed the suit the work supervisor. So orders probably weren't going out to go fix stuff.
Nothing happens.
Nice. Doesn't seem like anything's attacked it or.
No.
I
He
say
just
we,
flies in quickly and flies back out.
I say we head on and try and find this other statue.
Okay. The corridor to the west ends in a sharp turn. There does appear to be a door, unlike others you've seen. This one seems to have depiction or something, or carving, and there's little tiny round indents in said carving. So, the best way to describe this is it's a round mirror set into the surface, and the indentations are evenly spaced. There seems to be 10 of them, each about an inch across, and they surround the mirror in a semicircular fashion, we'll say. Does that on the top semicircle of the mirror?
Well. These look like tubes that, poison darts would shoot through or something.
Well, if you kind of go up to them and look closer with Rufus or even yourself, you could potentially identify if there's a trap or not, or if these holes are just indentations. But okay, Rufus can give me a, or yourself if you're going up there, an investigation or a perception check.
Go with perception.
Okay. Funny enough, no, they're not holes. They are just a small indentation that is also circular in nature. How to describe this? Think like a bowling ball's like holes. It doesn't go all the way. It's just a circular end to it. What's another way of describing it?
Circular holes.
Yeah.
How would they
indentation.
How would
Spherical.
How do they
Go on.
compare in size to the little marbles we've been finding on this level?
They are the identical size.
Oh,
Literally both.
what do you,
Both of them are
what do
1
you
inch diameter.
know? What do you know? So Shakambi's behind there, maybe.
With a 20, it doesn't appear to be a trap, but rather a mechanism for perhaps opening the door. They're in fact more like keys to be inserted. That's what you kind of surmise with the 20. But it does look very sealed shut, very tightly. Don't even see an inch of a gap around the outside. Yeah. And the small crystal little spheres you found are perfect size for.
Mhm.
Well,
How many holes are there again?
10. You technically have 3 within your possession.
Yeah.
4 if you went and collected the one that Revire threw down the
Yeah.
corridor.
so we've got to go back and collect all of those things?
I'm not sure.
I could.
We like pop one in and give it a try?
Yeah. Maybe with a mage hand.
Okay. So EQ hands you one, Yasin.
Mage hand it in.
You mage hand the crystal eye. It fits snugly inside. And as you do, the eye or the crystal lights up as it clicks into place. And as you insert it, the reflection on the mirror shows you, but you've become slightly older. You maybe just look a bit more wrinkled, and your hair just fraction grayer, but that's it.
I've just taken 5 years from your life.
Oh. Well, I had plenty.
That's only in the reflection, but EQ kind of looks at you and looks back at the mirror and says, do not worry. I don't see anything wrong with you, but
Oh, I don't feel a day over 81.
I do, same actually. Yes, same. But I will never tell my.
What's the plan, folks?
The actual like crystally pebbly
Oh.
thing. So the pebbles that we found, they're just like stone pebbles, just
Right.
the same sort of. Does there
Uh,
seem to be anything magical?
Sorry, no, there'd be crystal as well in nature.
Oh, okay.
They're all different colors though, different materials. So maybe some look a bit more stony in texture, but they are all the same size and diameter. So, and I'll say yes. As you're coming back down the corridor, you see about 3 or 4 eyes in the sludge were all watching you as you did this. And as soon as you turn around and begin walking back the other way, they all shrink away and disappear. Yeah, they were watching you do that the whole time. And there was more than you've ever seen in one corridor. Normally it's like the one. This was just filled to the brim.
It's a lot of eyes.
Yeah, well,
Well, so the little marbles are in little things all over this. So there's probably one in this chest.
yeah, that's kind of what you saw.
I'd like to lob a firebolt at some of the goo. See if it
Okay.
burns away or anything.
Lobbing a firebolt. Are you trying to catch the eye, or are you just hitting the sludge?
Just hitting the sludge.
Okay. It seems to sizzle, and it does disperse it slightly, but it just looks like you've kind of made a mess as it splatters the rest of it in the radius against the flooring. It's almost kind of burning with the same consistency of mold.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, everyone smells this horrible burnt sludgy stink.
Okay. Well, I don't know how I feel about opening that chest until we've found our god of the trifecta.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do we want to do? Do we want to find skeleton keys?
I mean, skeleton keys, marbles. Man, this temple is just endless, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I'd say. Let's see, what else you kind of hear from your spirits? Yes, and out of all those three, you hear the bachelor says,
Free my kin first. They should be the priority.
as for Ravaya, you hear probably Kubazan say,
Well, it's a chest. Doesn't matter what's defending it. We can take it on. And if it holds a key, something that will help us, then we will use it.
and finally Carrot Wongo says,
Ah! School of gods. Smash both these statues. Maybe one's missing because you're supposed to get rid of them. You should chuck them down the hole. Do it.
I mean, the initial thing to do seems like to stand on the other pedestal, but that might trigger something.
Makes you say that?
Well, I just don't see anything else to go there, and it's an empty spot. But if somebody could, if we could shrink down the golem thing and put them up there, I don't know. I mean, clearly, if we grab that key, it's gonna fight us, right?
Kubazan says,
If so, then simply put it down.
It is bigger than us.
But you are stronger.
Am I?
I
I'm
assure
pretty
you.
sure. I'm pretty sure this thing's. Is that blood on its hands?
Ha!
is it? Wait, is it?
I don't. It kind of looks like it.
God, it looks like blood to me.
Yeah.
Man, the
just
yellow
saw you
banner really.
ever-
Yellow banner took some hits, didn't they?
I just saw you uproot someone's spine. We're stronger. I'm confident of it.
Right, Coob. Let's just. We did run headfirst into 3 hags earlier on.
And they ran headfirst away.
I don't like that you make good points. Makes it harder to disagree with you.
You just hear a clock.
What?
I didn't hear it.
Must have been my imagination.
Do we hear a
You're hearing things, Kubazan.
I roll a perception check.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I need something like a natural 20 for this.
I'd
Can
like
we
to
all
guide
roll one?
myself.
Yeah,
I'd like to guide
uh,
myself and
Unnatural
20.
23.
I'm too distracted
Pretty
having
good-
an
pretty
argument
damn
with
good.
who was on.
to guide myself and do it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to do it?
Sorry.
It is, wow, 25. Okay.
With
Well,
a D4.
with the Jesus. 4.
29.
Wow, you literally rolled 29. Just practically a natural 20. I'll say that, yes, and you hear a muffled sound, but then there could be the cogs, it could be the dwarves hammering away at some trap. For you, Carrick, you're standing out here, and it's the voluminous room where the wind echoed, and you can actually hear something does reach the tips of your ears, and it echoes off this chamber. It sounded like the gong of a clock, and it did it twice. Like gong, gong.
In which direction was that?
You, with a 29, you can only tell was perhaps deeper. That's all.
Like further
Didn't
down?
sound like, yeah, almost muffled
Okay.
from the base of the chamber, and then up to the ceiling, and then back down again. But it doesn't seem to be ringing anymore.
Yeah, I mean, so we found 2 gods on this level, and then we've got 2 left. So the next 2 gods are probably on the next level down, right? There's been like 2 or 3 per. Yeah, but Yaka just was coming this way, and he said Shakambi was this way, but he also has been a lying little bastard. So.
Are we at all worried about our little Slaad friend?
Yeah. It's a pretty beefy spell for me to get in contact with them, but I'm happy to do it.
Oh. Well,
last thing. So in the drum room, did we ever figure out what's on the other side of that with Rufus? Is there another exit on the other side of that room?
Not from what Rufus can see, no.
No.
So it's just like a bingo, like basket wheel thing.
Yep.
You just go in there and just get fucked up.
Yep. Looked like it. You didn't see any visible exits on the other side.
That's rough.
You can thank going from the other side.
And fucking up their stick.
Yeah. You do not want to find this the wrong way. Say that.
Okay, so just really quickly looking at this empty pedestal, does it seem like if we press down on it, then like that triggers something?
Going from the investigation check earlier, Yasin probably would have let you know. Doesn't look like there's any mundane traps like pressure plates or swings or any kind of buttons or anything like that in here. But that was just from looking at everything. Doesn't know if it will or won't without interacting with it and seeing.
Yeah, so it's like a magical thing that might. Just seems like stepping on there kind of says that you're a god. So.
I suppose
Right,
we
the
have gods.
We have
in
gods
our
in us, yeah.
heads.
Actually, come to think of it, because you were just looking around, Yasin, I'll say that there does seem to be a seam on each arm of the statue.
Oh, are the arms wrong?
Can you see what the pie is looking at, Ian?
No.
Okay. Let me send you a quick screenshot.
You've been doing a great job of describing it. My theater of the mind experience has been top notch.
In fact, it might be better than if you when we come back next week, you can actually see what the rest of the buy is looking at. And
Yeah.
because it is coming up to time, and I think this puzzle's got you a little bit stumped for now, but there's a couple of directions you might want to head as well. So calling it here, it seems fitting, but yes, once again, another annoying collection puzzle by the looks, but it might not be the most important thing. The Bachelor seems to be saying to find his kin first. If there is a kin in there, who knows? Others have been behind trapped or sealed doors as well. But
Yeah, we need to play. So we need to play Legos and swap the arms.
who knows? But we'll come back next week. Hopefully, they'll have some new ideas with fresh eyes. It'll be a good time to look at it. So, this has been the Last Resort Company. Thank you for joining us and watching, and we'll be back same time again next week, hopefully with a full cast, ready to free the final 2 spirits. We just need Shikambe and Unk, and then hopefully the united power of the spirits will aid you. Till then, have a great evening. Night night.
Bye.
Bye.